Once again, thanks for tuning in. You're listening to World Combat Sports. What's good? Sunday. You know, some of y'all might be in church, you know, asking for forgiveness for your sins and everything, or just going in there just to get that devotion out the way. For those of you that's attending, since some of these regions are opening back up. But first of all, I want to salute the WCS supporters, man, who fuck with the channel, who support me, who understand what the grind is about. I appreciate you. For those of you that are true loyal supporters who understand what combat sports is about, there's more than one. So therefore, this is going to be a fight recap, boxing and MMA, as only World Combat Sports know how to do. You already know. We're going to talk about it. The fight that's in the news, salute everyone that's in the live chat. The fight that's in the news, man, is not so much Dillian Whyte Povetkin, but we're going to get on that. But I'm going to start off with NGANNOU. Francis Ngannou gets it done against Stipe Miocic. He gets it done. Francis Ngannou is able to go in here and avenge his earlier defeat and improve his record to 16 victories, 3 losses. And he's able to put himself in a position for the biggest fight. Possibly. It may come close to, I don't know, in the history of UFC heavyweight division. It may supersede that of Daniel Cormier and Stipe. You know what I'm saying? It may. Okay. First of all, no excuses to be given on Stipe's behalf. Stipe looked like he was ready for the fight. He came in at 234. Francis came in at 263. Really, the weight really didn't play a factor, to be honest. I mean, when they was basically in the clinch up against the cage, it really wasn't no advantage either way. The advantage was, you know, Stipe attempting to stay closer this time and make Francis Ngannou work in the early rounds because his cardio, you know, they was probably trying to gas him out just a little bit. And during the process, when you attempt to stay close and engage at close quarters, you do set yourself up to be hit. You know, the closer you are to a power puncher like Francis Ngannou, you may indeed get touched. And Francis was able to land some hard shots earlier on Stipe Miocic. And he felt them. You know, we already know Francis has power. You're in the heavyweight division. A lot of those guys, you know, look at DC. DC touched Stipe Miocic out the clinch in the first round and dropped him. I mean, it all depends on you know, your fight plan. Not every heavyweight is a power puncher, but if you stay close enough at the right angle with the right timing, you can touch somebody on the jawline. You know what I'm saying? You can befriend their chin. For real. And during that exchange where Francis landed that shot and Stipe came back with a beautiful straight, it's just Ngannou, I have to give him credit. Like, you know, his timing was on point yesterday for him to immediately return that counter shot from Stipe's punch that he just landed and get the knockdown. I mean, it was one of those rock'em sock'em just a little bit. They was in a scramble. You know what I'm saying? They was in a brief scramble at close quarters, and both guys was throwing punches. You know, the exchange was very heated as short of a time that it lasted. and both fighters landed their shots. But of course, Francis Ngannou was able to counter on time, stay focused, counter on time against Stipe's shot, and was able to get the knockdown. Stipe wasn't able to recover from that shot. I got to give Stipe his credit, though. He's seen the counter shot even after taking that punch off the cage. You know, he was able to land his right hand, and it landed solid. But Francis was still able to use his own counter and drop Stipe, which, you know, of course, Francis Ngannou has power. Of course, stylistically, that's the approach that Stipe Miocic chose last night, and it didn't work out in his best interest. What's next for it? You know, Stipe just went to a trilogy with Daniel Cormier. So now he just finished a rematch, which is somewhat similar, you know, but in reverse order, somewhat similar to the first two of him and DC. DC won the first, and Stipe Miocic won the second and the third. But in this particular case, Stipe won the first, and he just lost his rematch. So what does that say for the heavyweight division in the UFC? Salute to everyone that's in the chat. King Mitch, what's good? Bruce, what's good? What's good? Everyone on a Sunday, salute to you. I want to bring up this. This is going to be an incredible matchup, if anything. You know, we all understand and got the word that Jon Jones have vacated his light heavyweight title, moved up to heavyweight. We totally understand that. Look at the age. Age 32 to Ngannou's 33. Both of them about the same height. You know what I'm saying? Jones is around Stipe Miocic's weight. You know what I'm saying? He used to be that in the light heavyweight division. He used to be that. I don't know what he's weighing right now because people, they put pictures out there and they look huge. Jon Jones was competing at 205. So if he's indeed up to 235, 240, 245, it's gonna you know, kind of level this out just a little bit better than what we've seen with Stipe. Stipe looked lean. You know what I'm saying? He came in to light a fighter. He looked like he was conditioned for this fight. But the difference between Stipe and Jon Jones is the style. They have different styles. Stipe don't use his kicks as much. Jon Jones used a front thigh kick a lot from Winklejohn. They teach that kick a lot. You see a lot of his students using that kick during competition. And his overall game plan is just much more fat. I mean, you're talking about, it's just a much more variety to his fighting cachet than Stipe and Francis Ngannou, to be honest. Look at the leg reach. I mean, they level out really nice with the reach when it comes to the arms and the legs. So right now, Jon Jones has basically put on this muscle mass. He's been working out, training, and he is the designated opponent for Francis Ngannou, from what I'm hearing. He's supposed to be next. Jon Jones supposed to be the one stepping in there to face the champ. Can the champ elevate his career to another level? You have 3 African fighters, all right, Nigerian fighters that have belts right now, which is great for them. You know, it's great. So check out the landscape though. You have Kamaru Usman at this point in time. You know, he's the welterweight. So Israel Adesanya is in the weight class above him. So I don't see him moving up to challenge Israel Adesanya, which, like I was talking yesterday about the boxing, it would do damn good for them to do that. You know what I'm saying? It'll be great for Kamaru Usman to move up and challenge, but he's going to be a welterweight for quite some time. He's going to try to cement his legacy down there before anything else. Israel Adesanya just attempted to move up and face Juan Blachowicz at light heavyweight. He lost, so he's going to be contending more often down at middleweight. For Jon Jones, when he was reigning on and off at light heavyweight, no one defeated him at all. No one defeated him. He has a blemish on his record from Matt Hamill, but that was from an illegal strike. All right. Can Francis Ngannou be the first one to do it? He has the power to. Ngannou has the power to touch any fighter on their chin and potentially put them in a bad situation. We seen that last night with Stipe. I mean, he looked crisp, sharp, surgical. He landed that shot, man. And I'm like, damn, you know, he's still 263, but he's been working on some shit. You can tell he's been working on some shit, right? Is he the one to give John Jones his toughest fight? That means his toughest fight going into the 5th round, if it goes that long, and we don't know who's winning. That type of 5th. Because usually when John Jones taken into the later rounds, the championship rounds, it's more so already determined who's ahead of the fight. That's just what John Jones does. You have 2 black fighters, pretty much the same height, a bit disparity in the weight difference, but everything else is pretty much, you know, leveled out the right way. This could potentially turn into something big. Because, you know, I was just talking about Israel Adesanya facing John Jones, how if he was to face and defeat Juan Blachowicz, he would become 2 division champion, right? Then he could step up if, in fact, John Jones was to pick up that heavyweight belt. He can challenge for a 3rd division, you know, 3rd division world title. I say that would be the biggest, one of the biggest fights in combat sports history. It didn't work out that way. This fight right here between Jones and Ngannou, I don't think it has the ability to break into one of the biggest fights of combat history, as I did with John Jones and Israel Adesanya. I don't see it. The reason why is because Francis Ngannou, a lot of people don't know Ngannou like that. Plus, you know, he is a big guy, but he don't have the overall variety to his striking cachet as Israel Adesanya. Adesanya has a bit more. You know, his background in kickboxing, he has much more of a variety. Francis Ngannou, even though he landed some outside leg kicks, low calf kicks, you know what I'm saying, yesterday, and we all know that he has power. What else does he have? Like John Jones at that weight, there's going to be questions on both sides. How is John Jones going to move at that weight? How is Francis Ngannou going to handle a fighter like John Jones if he decides to implement kicks? Will Francis Ngannou be able to change levels and take Jones down to the canvas, and vice versa? We know Jones has a better wrestling pedigree than Francis Ngannou. The only edge that I give Ngannou to Jones is his punching power. That's it. In the clinch, John Jones all day. He's much more of a versatile fighter on the cage in the clinch than Ngannou. Ngannou is still learning on the job. You know what I'm saying? It was always possible for Ngannou to become heavyweight champion. He has the physical structure, the height. He has the physical ability and athleticism to compete. He just didn't have the tools to get it done. And Stipe Miocic, man, he just was in a bad place yesterday where he decided to exchange and catch Ngannou, you know, in the process of punches thrown, where a fighter has to think about the position of a fighter. You know what I'm saying? Also, they're trying to remain alert, not to get caught with anything. In that case right there, you know, Stipe was able to catch Ngannou, but Ngannou took it very well and returned his own counter shot and dropped Stipe. I told y'all the other day, Stipe can be knocked out. He's been knocked out before. You feel me? He's been knocked out before. So Ngannou knocked him out again. Now one of the biggest fights of the UFC that's going to be ongoing and talked about right now is what you're looking at right now. People are going to build this fight up. You know what I'm saying? You have two good competitors right here, but I'm just trying to, assume or see if Jon Jones will come in here as the villain and fuck with Ngannou. Jon Jones is his psych jitsu, as I call it, the way he can fuck with a fighter. It's pretty thorough. You should respect it. You know what I'm saying? I'm curious to know if he's gonna attempt to so-called mind fuck Francis Ngannou when this fight is made official. I truly want to understand how Ngannou handles this, because Ngannou, when he stepped in there with Derek Lewis, another power puncher, that was one of the worst fights of his career. Each fighter was afraid to do this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? Now you in there with another black fighter. Not as much punching power as Derek Lewis, but much more versatile when it comes to the striking. Yes, he's excelled against Alistair Overeem, Francis Ngannou, okay? Francis Ngannou excelled against Alistair Overeem, Junior Dos Santos, okay? Andre Pitbull Arlovski. He's excelled against Yordino Rosenstruck. You know what I'm saying? Another black fighter, but lacking the versatility of Jon Jones. He just went straight back, knocked out in 40 seconds. Jon Jones, a heavyweight, in my opinion, presents a larger cache of weaponry heading into this fight with Francis Ngannou. He has much more smaller weapons to use in certain positions. His wrestling, for one, in my opinion, is much better than Francis. I mean, much better than what Stipe could deliver. He's able to use his kicks. You know, Francis really don't want to get in a kicking exchange with Jon Jones. As far as hands goes, Jones is definitely going to have to be, a bit more cautious about exchanging, in the middle of the cage with Francis Ngannou. That's a big dude. He has power. So Jon Jones is going to have to delegate around that. He's going to have to put Francis in a less dominant position. And that less dominant position will more so be up against the cage, work for a takedown, put him on his back, and, make him use all that energy earlier. But if Ngannou is able to make it back to his feet early on, it doesn't mean anything. It's just, Jon Jones, he's making him work to get back to his feet. So as the fight go along in the third round, it's going to be less and less successful for him to get back off his back. And on the ground, Jon Jones is much better fighter. The only way I see this fight being won by Ngannou is if he's able to catch Jon Jones on the chin. The only person that I've seen that was able to touch Jon Jones up during his entire career to the point where I thought he was in trouble a little bit was Lyoto Machida. All right. Lyoto Machida. Dominic Brazil. But more so his first fight with Alexander Gustafsson. Alexander Gustafsson touched him up pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Continuously. Once again, height for height, reach for reach. They matched up very well. Alexander Gustafsson had a pretty decent game plan. And this is basically what you're getting at right now. Big Dog in the building. What's good? And you didn't miss me, man. I was on for 5 hours yesterday, Troy. 5 hours. If you missed, that means you weren't trying to find me. I was on here for over 5 hours for that DAZN card. And Ngannou worked on his game. He looked good last night. Got every impressive win. Yeah, he did, man. He looked good. I can't take that away from Ngannou. Ngannou looked good yesterday. I give him his props. And Ngannou did what he had to do and get the stoppage. He was happy, man. He had a big smile on his face for becoming world champion. Yes, indeed. Dude should be smiling. He's world champion right now. He's basically solidified himself at the hierarchy. He is a fast track fighter. He is a fast track fighter. Seriously, he's did well for himself. Nobody's standing up to Francis Powell. He made a lot of improvement in a short time. Absolutely. I agree. I just want both fighters to get paid big money, but Jones is going to sleep. Jones isn't going to sleep. I don't know why people are looking at this MMA game as going to sleep more so. Like, it's a style you select to train in. Like, Stipe Miocic never had that versatility to his striking game like a lot of other fighters. In the heavyweight division, like I said before, it's not a lot of movement. But also, you don't have a lot of heavyweights that kick. You know what I'm saying? You don't have a lot of heavyweights that kick. More fighters are resulting to low calf kicks because it takes them from being in a vulnerable position once the kick land. The higher the kick, the more vulnerability you place yourself in. You know what I'm saying? The fighter is able to counter, catch your leg, parry, whatever the case may be, and land their shot too. A low calf kick, as we've seen Dustin Poirier and Conor McGregor, if did correctly, can slow down your opposition, prevent their mobility, restrict it, and sometimes just stopping it altogether. So, you know, the game is becoming smarter. I'm not saying the mid to high level kicks has gone away, but more so you see fighters using them after punches. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of these low calf kicks, you might see them without any punches being set up, you know, because it's less of a threat to be countered. You know, you can kick somebody in the calf and you can get up out of there easy, because a fighter is not going to reach down and try to grab your motherfucking ankle or calf doing a low calf kick. It's just not going to happen. But Jon Jones still has a much heavier toolbox at the end of the day than Francis Ngannou. We know that, big dog. We know that. Don't come over here being disrespectful to Jon Jones now. I still has Jon Jones defeating Francis Ngannou via decision or submission. That's my stance. And Ngannou versus Jones comes down to who sets the pace. And if Jones can work from distance and take out Ngannou's leg and get him on the ground, yeah, you know, Jon Jones' ground game is much more effective. You know what I'm saying? And the level of advancement goes to Jon Jones. He's much more experienced on the ground. You know what I'm saying? He's much more advanced as a jiu-jitsu practitioner. But when it comes to strength, we'll see if Francis is able to use that God-gifted strength he has to start working off his takedown defense and making it back to his feet. You know what I'm saying? We've seen Khabib Nurmagomedov take down his opposition. Whether they look more physically, aesthetically inclined than Khabib, his freaking target is still the same. Get in on the hips, take down, ground and pound. That's Khabib. This is the guy with a submission game, but he would rather beat the soul out of his opponent into submission first. So if his opponent doesn't verbally tap or verbally submit, then Khabib goes to the submission game and get him up out of there. That's a hell of a way to go. But that's what type of fighter Khabib is. But with Jon Jones, he's going to get straight to it. He's not going to play around. He gets you down. He's going to work for a submission. He's going to work for some strikes. I mean, he has the best elbows in the division, first of all. Whether it's standing in the out the clinch or is in the middle of the cage, delegated from the standing position to deliver a strike. Jon Jones is been known to deliver these awkward, crazy elbows that you wouldn't expect someone to land just from a basic strike from fighter to fighter. without being up against the cage. And then not to mention, if he puts Francis Ngannou on his back and obtains top position, whether it's side control or whatever, his elbows is just brutal. Jon Jones' elbows is just crazy. Them long arms he got, he is vicious with those elbows. I haven't seen that from Francis. Basically, what you see from Francis when he gets his opposition down is heavy hammer strikes. Heavy hammer strikes. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think Francis is really that educated on how to strike from the guard. If he's in Jon Jones's guard, just say he's in top position and he's in Jon Jones's guard, I really don't know if he truly understands how to delegate punishment from the guard. It's going to take more than just punching, trying to land some punches. You know what I'm saying? He has to understand that Jon Jones has every capability of sweeping him. All of that. But we'll see. And Ngannou and White are the same height and size roughly. There are whispers of White coming to MMA to fight Ngannou, but it's never materialized. Troy, stop. Man, stop. There's people in church today, and thunder just hit, man. Look. Look, White coming over to mixed martial arts. If White believes he can come over to mixed martial arts, I'll talk about that on a later topic. I have to get this out the way because one name is not inserted into this equation right here. It's Dillian White. It's Jon Jones and Francis Ngannou. You know what I'm saying? I know where you're going with this kickboxing background and all that. I understand. But it's mixed martial arts at the end of the day. Does he have a puncher's chance? I would agree, Troy. He does. Dillian White has a puncher's chance with Ngannou. He does. He does. He has kickboxing background and pedigree. So we've seen kickboxers come in here and do what they do. But we're talking about Dillian White. I logged on, you ended the live. I didn't see you the whole 5 hours. So if you came in on the last second of 5+ hours, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I had to get ready for the UFC. But appreciate you pulling up, though. J8, big facts. What's going on, J8? Jones ain't fight in a long time. He should take a tune-up. Man, y'all need to understand that Jon Jones is a type of dude. Listen, let me do something because I'm getting this Jon Jones precipitation and talking about my man need to, take tune-ups and stuff. I gotta pull some shit up right quick. Hold on. Because J8 and Jon Jones, I don't know if J8 said that. I wasn't able to read his comment thus far. But I just want to take y'all through some stuff right quick. Just a little bit of info. Just so you can see. They talking about tune-ups. Let me drop some curriculum right quick, okay? Because y'all gonna stop playing around with my boy Jon Jones talking about he need a tune-up. Check this out. This is Jon Jones, all right, 26-1. Like I said before, his only loss, check this out, was Matt Hamill due to illegal downward elbows. So let's go up from there with this tune-up shit, okay? Jon Jones' record, legendary. Look at this shit. Look at this record. Ryan Bader, Mauricio Shogun Hua, Quinn Rampage Jackson, Lyoto Machida, his former stablemate Rashad Evans, Vitor Belfort. Come on, man. Now, we're going to start breaking some shit down now. Look at this. 2012, Vitor Belfort. He goes in there. In 2013, Chael Sonnen. 2013, Alexander Gustafsson. This is 2021 now. All right, he hasn't fought yet. All right. Glover Teixeira, 2014. Big names. Big names. Now, in between time, suspension and all that. Came back, Daniel Cormier. Unanimous decision. Boom. Again, situation. He had to figure it out, got into some shit. 2015, came back in 2016. Look at that. Fought one time, came back, demolished OSP. Then he went in a grappling bout, came back. Once again, check this out. 2016, a grappling bout and one MMA fight in 2016. Just one mixed martial arts fight. 2016. Grappling doesn't count. That has nothing to do with the UFC. But he came back in 2017, July 2017. Look at this date. April 2016. Over a year later, July 2017, and he fought for the title again, shawty. He came back after a year and fought Daniel Cormier for the title, and we all saw he stopped him. It don't matter what test came back. He stopped him. He stopped him. Check this out. July 2017. Check the date. Look. July 2017, J8, big dog. He came back after a year. A year and a half. He fought Alexander Gustafsson, a previous opponent, and he stopped him. He first went the distance with Alexander Gustafsson. He came back, no tune-up, and fought one of the highest ranking light heavyweights. Look, round 3 stoppage. One time in 2018. Y'all gonna get off my man John Jones. One time in 2018. He returns early 2019. He goes the distance with Anthony Smith. Thank God Anthony Smith didn't stand up from that illegal knee that John Jones landed. But he was able to win the decision with that. July, Thiago Santos, another hard-fought battle. 5-round decision. One time in 2020, he fought Dominique Reyes in February 2020. So y'all trying to tell me John Jones need a tune-up to fight Francis Ngannou? Stop it. Y'all better stop that shit. Stop it. Stop it. Y'all need to stop that. Y'all need to stop. That man is on a whole nother level when it comes to his physical ability, his mental ability. His whole family is high-level athletes. Nobody in Francis Ngannou besides him was blessed with the innate ability to have that strength. You know what I'm saying? That gift of having that power. That's what Francis is. He's a strong guy. John Jones is an athletic individual. Much of what runs through his DNA pool. His brothers are professional NFL players. Come on, man. Y'all better stop that. If this loss to Stipe didn't mentally affect Ngannou, nothing John says will affect him, especially after the last fight. Absolutely it will. John Jones and Stipe Miocic isn't the same guy. Come on, man. John Jones, did you see what happened when DC put his forehead to John Jones? They moved furniture. John Jones got in DC ass on that stage. John Jones is not that guy. He's not a fireman. He sets fires, but he's not a fireman, bro. John Jones, if he commits to being the villain against Francis Ngannou, who willingly admitted in the first fight, I wasn't there. I don't know. I just didn't feel anything. I wasn't there. He's shown to be mentally fragile in some points. Just like he was when he stepped in there with Derek Lewis. Just like he was when he fought Stipe the first time. John Jones can get in his head just like Conor McGregor was able to do to Jose Aldo. Jose Aldo mentality is somewhat similar to Francis Ngannou. Quiet, reserved, polite, courteous. John Jones is the villain. But Francis, you do understand, right? I moved up here from light heavyweight, from vacating my title. No one has ever defeated me in the cage. You do know that, Francis, right? And my purpose for being here in the heavyweight division is to come and get what you have temporarily around your waist, which is my belt. That's John Jones. That's John Jones talking to Francis. You do understand that, right, Francis? You do understand that I'm not in no way, shape, or form Stipe Miocic. You do understand that. I just want you to understand that, Francis. This is nowhere close to shoveling mud and digging holes in your holes in the ground in your homeland and helping your people. This is fighting. This is a different strand of athleticism that you're not blessed with in life. You do understand that, Francis, right? John Jones is going to talk his shit. Big dog, be very careful about agreeing with J8 with that FACTS word, okay? Just relax. Chill with that. Y'all trying to come up. Y'all trying to choose what black fighter y'all want. Any, meeny, miny, mo. Let's see what. You're not going to hate on my man Jones. You know what I'm saying? Y'all looking at, the size and the picture and everything. You have to understand that picture on the left is John Jones when he was the light heavyweight champion. Let's get it straight. Let's get it straight. That's a much different picture than what John Jones looked like at this present time. The picture on the right is pretty much the way Francis Ngannou look. He's all bulked up and everything. Let's see how that works out once he's going into the second round and he really hasn't even been able to land a kick or an effective punch on John Jones to basically hurt him. You know what I'm saying? Slow him down a little bit. Let's see how that muscle holds up. Let's see where all the oxygen is going to be. Povetkin looked like steaming hot, fresh dog shit yesterday. Oh, man. He looked like his legs was fresh out the motherfucking boiling water like a package of ramen noodles, man. It just looked like that's what he ate. Spicy chicken before he came out. Spicy chicken ramen noodles, man. It's almost like his legs was just loose and soft. Didn't have any stability, foundation. White started as a kickboxer. I know that. I said that, Troy. He started a kickboxer. That's why I told you that his kickboxing background a little bit may help him if he's able to catch Francis Ngannou on his feet. But if you're talking about wrestling, the same thing would happen to Dillian Whyte, which happened to James Toney and Randy Couture. Randy Couture pretended like he was going to stand with James Toney, and he changed levels quickly. Before you know it, Toney was on his back up against the cage, and the fight was over. That's pretty much how I see Dillian Whyte going in against Ngannou, because style for style, they match up pretty decent when you're talking about hands. Because Dillian can knock out Ngannou if that was the case. But also Ngannou will force Dillian earlier to defend the takedowns. Period. Fuck a kick. He's going to fake like he's going to exchange on his feet, and he's going to change levels. Period. Mentally fragile fighters don't work on their craft and skill level after a loss. They make excuses and don't fight. And Ngannou didn't do that. He's a mentally tougher fighter than that. Well, whatever you choose to say about Ngannou is cool. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hype him up however you see fit. If you feel that he's a mentally strong fighter, cool. I'm not saying he isn't at a depleted 0%. I'm not saying his mental strength is at 0. I'm saying that some of the fights that he was in, like the Derek Lewis fight, a fighter that had just as much punching power as he shied away from engaging him. Mentally, he didn't know what to do. The Stipe Miocic first fight, he said, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. I mean, I just felt like, it didn't mean anything. He the one said that the belt don't mean anything. It's just a belt. But yet, when he had it around his waist, he was smiling and he's all happy. So to me, it seems like, what are you doing? Are you confused about where you're trying to go in your career? Or you just be daydreaming in the moment? You know, like look at Francis Ngannou on the panel doing the presser. It seems like he's just staring off into the wild blue yonder. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just thinking about everything. Like he has a whole motherfucking carousel going around and around in a circle of thoughts. Jon Jones is that guy to mind fuck Francis Ngannou into this fight. He's the guy. He's the guy. He's put on weight. Jon Jones put on incredible weight. He's much more well-rounded than Ngannou. And I have him becoming heavyweight champion. I don't have Francis Ngannou landing a shot and knocking Jon Jones down like he did Stipe and being able to land those. The only thing he got, you know, yeah, they show him practicing. He's such a novice on the ground with the elite fighters that his first instinct when he knocks a fighter down is just hammer, 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 you know, throw punches, wing punches. So what if you are able to get Jon Jones in that position and you unload? You just dump your gas tank. We all know what happened in mixed martial arts once you dump your gas tank and you're unable to make it back to your feet because Jon Jones is holding you down. You know, he has you in the guard and he's setting you up for something. Is he going to have the ability to get up out of that down position that he's in without being submitted? Because that's what I like about the muddy flats of mixed martial arts. It's a dirty, dirty game because there's so many areas that you have to think about, especially when you're on the ground. It doesn't matter if you're in the top position or not. Top position back in the day meant something. Top position today can mean many things. It can mean you're only moments away from being subbed out, or it means that you are in the most dominant position where you can work and advance, pass the guard, and work for your own submission. Whatever the case, it's just so many variables of evolution that has came along with the ground game into the mixed martial arts. Fighters are so well versed of fighting off their back today. You know, back then they used to just close guard and hold their opposition down that was in top position. Now it is open guard. It's working for a sweep, butterfly, 50-50. It's so much. Jon Jones defeats Francis Ngannou. Jon Jones defeats Francis Ngannou. I know that might make a lot of people, you know, upset, but he defeats him. His victory last night over Stipe, the man who defeated him, proves my point. I mean, there's many people that can come back and win a rematch. You know what I'm saying? There's many people. You know, you can say the same thing about Stipe. Stipe changed up the fight plan with DC. Does that make him mentally, you know, strong? Not so much. He just was able to go back and understand, looking at the real, that this is where they need to focus their attention on. And once he changed up his punching attack, the placement of his punches on DC, he started digging to the damn right side of DC's body. He found success in that, and he was able to win the rematch, even though it was a firefight. And also, you have to factor in that Stipe Miocic was 38 years old. He has been in some battles. I'm not making any excuses. He's 38 years old, and Francis is a much younger fighter. Francis got the job done with the knockout. Press conferences does matter. Denise Ward's the boxing queen in the building. Salute to you. How you feel? Happy Sunday. Press conferences does matter. Absolutely, they do. Absolutely. That's why Jose Aldo was knocked out in 13 seconds by Conor McGregor. Because Conor McGregor, he did so much, you know, mental intrusion. You know what I'm saying? He was living rent-free. He was a squatter in Jose Aldo's mental housing group that by the time the bell rung, all Jose wanted to do is land a shot to knock Conor out. He freaking mind stalked, mentally stalked Jose Aldo to the lead up to that fight. That's why Jose wanted to come out and land a hard shot. He wanted to knock Conor out. All that bent up frustration ended in 13 seconds from a guy who's considered a legend of the sport in Jose Aldo. He knocked him out in 13 seconds. Jose Aldo was back in the bathroom crying. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe Conor McGregor knocked him out in 13 seconds, man. You know? He couldn't believe that shit. We need to move on to a different topic. You feel me? We're gonna move on to a different topic. But keep your eyes peeled for NGANNOU versus Jones Triller. That's gonna be tight. On to Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte was able to go in there and defeat Alexander Povetkin. All right. Kudos to that. Let me take this down. Kudos to Dillian Whyte finishing Alexander Povetkin in the 4th round. A lot of comparison can be done. You know what I'm saying? That Dillian Whyte was able to finish Alexander Povetkin in shorter fashion than Anthony Joshua. You know what I'm saying? I'm just throwing some sprinkles up here. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Dillian Whyte, who was brutally knocked out in the 5th round in their first fight, was able to come back and defeat Alexander Povetkin, which looked like a freaking retired Santa Claus yesterday. It looked like Alexander Povetkin has been sitting on his sleigh since last Christmas during the pandemic. And somehow, some way, he caught COVID-19 in his damn trip from going from house and chimney to chimney. And, you know, the motherfucker caught COVID twice. He didn't look like himself in the first fight. But hold on. I am making absolutely nothing. Hey, he's an older guy. Dillian Whyte was supposed to go in here and do what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to go in there and finish the job. We all know Dillian is capable of landing the shot. All right. My big question is, why was Alexander Povetkin's leg so unsteady? You just can't say I'm making this shit up, because even the commentator on the zone was up like, I don't think he looked from the opening bell. He just didn't look right, did he? This is Alexander Povetkin. Now, let's rewind just a little bit. How I was saying that Dillian Whyte was knocked out last outing with Alexander Povetkin, but the people were still cheering him on. Right? You did hear me say that. Those of you that tuned in, I don't think Troy was over here, but I said they cheering him on. They're kind of booing a little bit with Alexander Povetkin. So it's not like they wasn't on Dillian's side. But then the commentators was like, after the fight was over, they say he just didn't look right from the opening bell. Wouldn't you say? I mean, it's just something wasn't right about Alexander. You know what I'm saying? I just can't put my finger on it. And I say the same thing. I don't think he was all the way right. For those individuals who's been a part of COVID, like this dude somehow, some way had that shit twice. Was, you know, the shit was canceled. Their rematch was canceled because Povetkin had COVID. And then early this year, they supposed to have a fault. Boom, it's done. He was out from COVID. So he comes in there and he's all over the ropes like it's WWE WrestleMania. He's just flinging all over the ropes. I say, what's going on? What's going on with this guy? Is something wrong with his balance? But in the interim, Dillian Whyte was able to do what he was supposed to do. He got the knockout. He regained his interim title. I'm not up here hating on no man. I don't have time to hate on Dillian Whyte. I just don't support him like that. But moving forward is that Dillian Whyte was able to regain his interim title. He was a good sport at the end of the contest by bringing a stool over for Alexander Povetkin for whatever that. What happened to his stool? I have no idea, but He was showing his sportsmanship. He was happy. And of course, why shouldn't he be happy? He was able to regain a title that he once had. Now the buffoonery comes into play is that Dillian Whyte is assuming that since he used to be the interim mandatory, the WBC mandatory, that somehow, some way, he should resume the amount of days that he was in that slot. That is absolutely not the way it works there, Dillian. Like, just because you was in that slot for 1,000 days doesn't mean you lost the position to Alexander Povetkin, and then you regained the title to replace you back in that position. But the amount of days that you had before as the WBC mandatory it doesn't grandfather you in as a previous recipient. It doesn't grandfather you in, Dillian. You have to start over from day numero uno. I don't know why Dillian is up here, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, believing that he doesn't have to wait a year. Listen, homeboy. You're not getting any type of attention anytime soon with those names you're talking about. You're going to have to wait. You're definitely not stepping in there with Fury anytime soon, especially if they're trying to make this undisputed fight, this fantasy undisputed fight. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to wait. Okay, past that, we don't know. I hear that he's calling out, Deontay Wilder for whatever, he want to face. I like that fight, especially off what I've seen over and over again from Dillian. I like that fight. In my own insidious type of, encouragement, I want to see Dillian Whyte and Deontay Wilder. I do. I really do. I really want to see that fight because Dillian Whyte, just like many others that I have to experience on the YTC media segue, they are absolutely infatuated, enamored as a fan of Deontay Wilder when it comes down to it. So why wouldn't they want Dillian Whyte to face Deontay Wilder? Because once again, they believing that Tyson Fury is out of the picture, but we don't have a date on that. And neither have we heard any other word that the litigation process has consummated and concluded. You know what I'm saying? We haven't heard anything about that. So we're still waiting on that part of it. Why people out here planning Fury Joshua is supposed to go down in July. Okay, cool. In the interim, though, Dillian Whyte wants Deontay Wilder. He has every right to want Deontay. He's been trying to get a shot at Deontay Wilder. I want it too. Seriously, I want that too. Because what better person to hand Dillian Whyte his third knockout loss and come on, man. Come on. Who am I? If I'm not doing my job if I don't mention it that way. Why wouldn't I want to see Dillian Whyte give him the same Dominique Brazil treatment? I mean, you got people out here getting vaccines, right? For COVID. Why don't you have Deontay Wilder step in the ring with Dillian Whyte and absolutely knock the COVID out of him? That's a shot that they may want to look into for curing the COVID-19. Seriously. A right hand. So what better place? Like we saw Alexander Povetkin recover from COVID. So therefore, if Dillian Whyte hasn't had it yet, I think after his fight with Deontay Wilder, then he may be immune to it. Because I'm pretty sure it's possible Deontay Wilder may indeed clear him of all his white blood cells. His immune system would be fucked. Moving on. Coach Chris in the building. Salute to you. What's good? What's good? Hey, hold on for a second. Coach Coach said that shit looked like Spider Rico versus Rocky Balboa. Damn. Troy said, Mitch, stop with the excuses. I just don't know what the excuses mean. Povetkin was doing squats. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Mitch said Povetkin was doing squats in between rounds trying to find his legs. Absolutely. That's when Troy wasn't over here. He wasn't over here. But on the live, I said, look, Povetkin eases off the stool and squats down and bounce. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this dude? What's wrong with his motherfucking legs? He doesn't have his legs, man. Something is wrong. You know, I was trying to think of, you know, some up with his water or something. I mean, did somebody give him a shot? Did he get his COVID shot before he stepped to the ring? I don't know. But you're absolutely right. Coach Chris said Povetkin looked awful. How is that an excuse? He didn't say I think Povetkin looked awful. I believe he looked awful. He said he looked awful. Straight to the point. That ain't no excuse, bro. That's just an opinion. But always with the excuses, whether White win or lose, just say you're a hater like you call me. Not even. I just look at it this way. You know, from elementary up to college, right? The process of comprehending literature, in a sense, of what we do and what they say is fundamental, being able to read something. When I crack textbooks open, Troy, or Kindles, or able to do, you know, search engine, you know, placing inquiries in the search engine for you know, responses and searches to what I was looking for. I was able to do that without all caps, my brother. You know what I'm saying? When I broke open textbooks, you know, the first letter was usually capitalized and the rest was what it was. I don't know why people write in all caps. Stop putting your emotions out on live chat, bro. I can read lowercase just like I can uppercase. Coach say at Troy, I'm not making excuses. I don't care. That fight was trash. Trash. You know, that fight, we don't know what the fuck was going on with noodle legs, man. That mother had noodle legs from the opening. Even the commentators were saying it. So you can't say it's excuses, Troy. You need to look at the fight. I don't know if you looked at the fight, but you need to look at it. That shit looked like Spider Rico. Or it was trash, but the first fight wasn't. I mean, the first fight was much better than this one. You know, the first fight was much better than this one. Alexander Povetkin was stumbling all over the place, man, like he just woke up from a night out. I don't know. White can't fight without D-ball or playing with the gloves. Povetkin has failed like 19 drug tests, refused to fight in the Western Hemisphere. I have to say I have read that. Once again, all caps, World Combat and his minions. I don't have any minions. These are grown adults. Coach Chris with his excuses. Man, just give White his credit. Stop crying, sir. It's pathetic. How much credit do you want to give him for that? He won. Good. He shouldn't have lost the first time. He's a bum. Damn. I mean, I have to agree with Dillian White shouldn't have lost the first time. I totally agree with that. He was in the perfect position to sustain that 1,000 days he's talking about now. Being in that mandatory slot, he was there, but he lost. Not only did he lose, but he was ahead of the fight, head in the fight, and he lost. He gained his revenge a little bit, you know. He got the stoppage. I still get an edge to Povetkin. Povetkin's stoppage was much more severe than this stoppage that we seen yesterday. Seriously. That's just my OP, for real. It was much more. He has the advantage on that. Dillian White funky ass should have handled business the first time. Povetkin looked like pure shit. Povetkin looked exactly like he did in the first fight. No. Mitch, he handled his business last night. Your point. Well, you know, whatever makes you happy, man. No, he didn't. It does these fighters no good when y'all blindly defend him. Dillian Whyte, we seen, you know, as far as his opposition goes, we seen him do something that Anthony Joshua has done. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he hasn't lost before, but you know, both of y'all had common opponents that had stopped y'all in Anthony Joshua, right? So it wasn't like Alexander Povetkin never been stopped before, but it wasn't like Dillian Whyte has never been stopped before when they fought the first time. So heading into this fight for the rematch, okay, he returns the favor of a fighter who's old, who looked old, and he was unbalanced. His legs was unsteady. He looked bad. He was just basically bumbling and stumbling all over the motherfucking ring. I mean, it was just like Dylan was just waiting for his food to come to him. He was waiting for his food to come closer and closer so he can land the shot. It was only a matter of time. And then the shot that he landed that hurt him, it wasn't as defining as Alexander Povetkin's shot when he landed that left uppercut and knocked Dillian Whyte. That was defining right there. That was to the point. No questions asked. Dillian was out. Yesterday, this motherfucker just came in here like he just was on anesthesia and they was waiting for his designated driver to show up. And he said, no, I can walk to the ring on my own. Leave me alone. I can walk to the ring on my own. I'm good. I mean, Alexander Povetkin walked down that motherfucker and he went through the ropes. Dillian Whyte, he entered the ring over the top rope. Alexander Povetkin entered the ring through the middle rope. And he just didn't look healthy. So the results is what they are. We give Dillian Whyte the win, but he shouldn't have never lost his damn title to begin with, period. He's going life and death with Povetkin, but mentions Luis Ortiz and Whyte. Shut up like Smokey when D-Boy's around. Hey, mentioning that, back in 2018, your boy Dillian Whyte refused to face Luis Ortiz when he had the opportunity. I'm just saying, your boy ducked Luis Ortiz. He had the opportunity to face him in 2018, and he ducked him. He ducked him. He was happy Luis Ortiz, you know, with his blood pressure medicine, whatever the case may be. He was happy that he got caught. He ducked him, though. I think Luis Ortiz give Dillian Whyte the business, but we all know Dillian Whyte will not fight Luis Ortiz. He wants the big name on this. He's infatuated, just like a lot of these cats, like Troy, and looking for Deontay Wilder's demise. So when Deontay was undefeated, now he isn't. He has the one loss. People still aren't happy about it. But yet Dillian Whyte gets knocked the fuck out. And we hear people on here saying, you know what? At least he wanted to fight. He's not waiting a year. Well, guess what? When you have your opponent trying to run away from the contractual obligation, you have to basically commit yourself to taking him to court. All right. This is a repeat offender now. We're talking about the Tyson Fury. He didn't want the immediate rematch after the first fight. And then we're talking about the Tyson Fury who is refusing to face Deontay Wilder because he's talking about, oh, he's saying bad things about me in the media. My feelings are hurt. So Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury hasn't fought since February 22nd, which is over a year now. So we need to change that up a little bit now. We need to change that up a little bit. That shit is repetitive. You know, like you can recycle garbage, but we already know what you put in the recycle bin in the first place. It was garbage. That shit was garbage. So we all know how that's going to work out. Sick of these sorry ass C+ heavyweights pretending to be good fighters. So who are you considering C+? Because I'm looking at C- a little bit. I'm looking at D+. You know what I'm saying? C- to D+. Because Though he was able to go in here, you know, and get this victory this weekend, I'm looking at his mental fortitude to go in here in the big fights and win. If he was to get the opportunity again with Anthony Joshua, can he earn the win? Is he ready for Anthony Joshua? Why, if you are in the backyard of the UK, right? Why isn't Eddie Hearns, any of them people that's over there, why aren't they considering Dillian Whyte to step in with Anthony Joshua? Like all this time that you was campaigning to my Deontay, let's go, Deontay. You lost to Anthony Joshua outside of a title fight. So why aren't they considering you to campaign to step back in there? He stopped you in 7 rounds, Dillian. So why isn't someone, the name of Eddie Hearns, advocating for Dillian Whyte to step back in there with Anthony Joshua? Are y'all BFFs? Are y'all mates? Confident? Are y'all off limits? Like, what the fuck are we doing? All this UK heavyweight boxing is a shell game just to ploy the land and Asian guys out because they really trash. God damn. Coach just going in this morning on a Sunday. Shit. He's got down. The tip of the motherfucking blade is dripping venom. That poison, boy, is potent. Yes, Joshua and Whyte don't make excuses after a loss. They get the rematch and handle the business. They are real no excuse fighters. Not every current heavyweight can say that. I've heard that. That's like, I need something new and refreshing. You know what I'm saying? I need something new and refreshing. Hey, I wouldn't make excuses either. When you are the excuse, Dillian Whyte is the excuse. His lapse of judgment in the position that he's wanting to sustain all this time, he goes in there and get knocked out. He is an excuse for not sustaining his mental strength in that moment. You know, he needs to do better. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Neurologically, someone need to do a CT scan and give him some inverted crowd therapy, something to regenerate some of those pockets that may be, you know, gray areas in his brain housing right now. You know, he might need inverted crowd therapy, man. Freeze it out just a little bit and see if he's able to regenerate and enhance some of that focus that he's lost over the time in his boxing game. That's all I'm saying, man. Because he was a kickboxer now. He has taken punishment for being a kickboxer over to boxing. So he might need some of that therapy, that recovery. He said, damn, comeback, you're right. I was trying to give him some credit. You gave him some credit. You gave him a plus. You gave him a plus. When you provide a plus for someone like Dillian Whyte, that's like you perked up Troy. Troy sat up in his chair. He's like, oh shit, he gave Dillian Whyte a plus. I give him a minus until he steps in there with someone that's the top. Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua. I need to see him perform with those 3 names, or i.e. Luis Ortiz. Because even Andy Ruiz, in my opinion, Andy Ruiz would give Dillian Whyte the business. But anyway, that's another topic. Bro, they control the heavyweight division according to IFL TV. That's what they're trying to. You know, the UK footprint for the heavyweight division is so desperate. They're trying anything and everything to have the undisputed fight with 2 British boxers who, one, Tyson Fury, they really don't fuck with him. You know, do he even have a license over there? They really don't fuck with Fury like that. And their baby, who they're coddling, is freaking Anthony Joshua. And we already know the history behind Anthony Joshua. You know what I'm saying? You know, they made sure they write that check out big enough and heavy enough for Andy Ruiz to go out here and buy another truckload of Snicker bars and deliver them, you know, signed and delivered to his house. That was the promise heading into Saudi Arabia. So Andy Ruiz obliged and went in there all slow, lethargic, you know what I'm saying, obese, and put on one of the most boring ass heavyweight performances in the last 10 years. And then people are ranting and raving, talking about Joshua did it. Joshua did it. He didn't do anything except show up for a rematch. The motherfucker ran. He came in there with some new, fresh Asics, Nimbus. He had the new Nimbus 22s. This motherfucker stayed on the outside, pop shot at a turtle, and regained his titles. That's pretty much it. It's cute how some ignore excuses. Coach Chris said he's an awful promoter. I'm sick of biased fans and podcasters with their millions of excuses. All I can say to that is make sure you get your COVID shot because you say you're sick. If you're sick, you need to make sure you get some of that, find out the vaccine out yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm not giving excuses over here. It's cute how some ignore the excuses Joshua had after Ruiz sloppy ass made him quit on the feet. He did, man. When I say this, Mitch, mentioning that, right? Because I've said it myself. I said, Deontay Wilder never quit, but Anthony Joshua did. But yet, when Anthony Joshua ass was quitting, standing up, acting like he didn't understand English. You know what I'm saying? No habla English. He didn't understand what the ref was telling him. No one talks about him quitting. But yet, they talk about him deserving to come back and get his title back. But when Deontay Wilder loses once, they say he need to leave the sport. Racism. Coach Chris, UK factually controls the heavyweight division. Nothing you believe or say would change that. White is trash. AJ is a fraud, and Fury is a complete facade. Fury has never come into the ring as a champion and won't verse Wilder because he's scared. And that's what we're looking at this damn legality. This situation is going on in court. Because I remember, the same fingertips who is pressing enter to say excuses, they're the ones that were saying that Wilder isn't fighting again. But yet he's out of the sport. There's no arbitration. But yet the fighter that they're yearning to come back to the ring, he can't do anything without Wilder. He can't do shit. Wilder is locked down that process for Fury to do what he wants to do. He wants to go over there and make that money. He owes people. He wants the UK boxing wants that undisputed title so they can say, look, we had two fighters fight for the undisputed titles. Hooray, hooray, hooray. How many fighters in the US have fought for that? I mean, come on, man. They're desperate over there. They're absolutely desperate. Not today, Troy. It's nothing. Look, it's nothing you can tell me on my panel that I haven't heard you say. I've heard everything I need to say. Look, I need to hear in the live chat. AJ fight Pulev and Drulev. AJ fight Pulev and Drulev and running for 50 million. You ain't the man moving like that. He a lame. Stop with the lip service and drop the link. Coach Chris is 2021 and Joshua is the top heavyweight. AJ moved like a bitch. He's too big to be running and ducking like it's a dodgeball tournament. Nobody really talks about AJ on how he stand over across the pond. Like they criticize, look, I've even did it. I've criticized fighters for not having any fights over in the US. Anthony Joshua comes over here to face Jarrell Miller, and Jarrell Miller may potentially took the titles from Anthony Joshua. It could have very well happened, but he was dirty. So Andy Ruiz jumps in, a last minute, short, you know what I'm saying? Height and reach disadvantage. And he still put the damn paws on Anthony Joshua. But people want to elevate him like Anthony Joshua didn't quit. Come on, Troy. He quit. Your boy quit, bro. Hey, Troy, your boy quit. Andrew, what's good? Y'all hold on for a quick minute. Gotta get something right quick. You know, I was thinking the good thing about Anthony Joshua, he may never have the opportunity to step in the ring with Deontay Wilder in his career, because I don't think he ever signed on to fight him. That's just me. I don't think he'll ever sign on to fight him. That's a good thing for Anthony Joshua. Eddie Hearns already know that he just don't want that work. Andrew Charles in the building. What's good? He said that ring in the second Ruiz AJ fight was also the size of a basketball court. Not that it would have mattered since Ruiz looked like a bowling ball. Damn. See, people are recognizing details to how the arrangements was made to benefit Joshua's running. See, that's a damn good point. People don't look at minute details like that sometimes. The size of the ring matter. Just like in mixed martial arts, the size of the cage matter for some people. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that matters, because the smaller the cage, it may benefit somebody who's a wrestler, grappler. But to a striker, a larger cage may benefit them. But that's a good point there, Andrew. I'm done texting. Just drop the link. Stop running from your reckoning. That's no reckoning. You know, I want to hear something refreshing. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear the same recycled toilet ring information with you up here advocating for Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte needs to somehow, some way get 3 more tune-up fights. And by that time, we would have figured out what's going on with Wilder Fury. But go up here and you know, fight a Chris Area. Let me say no. Fight a who'll be a pretty decent fight for him. Fight Andy Konoski. You know what I'm saying? Andy Ruiz. No, fight one of them. Fight a Luis Ortiz. Fight King Kong. You know, you need like 3 more tune-up fights before you get the shot at the champ. You know? That's how I look at it. So we'll come at Fury 6'9", 290 and won't fight a man that weighs 220. He is literally in court crying, not trying to fight Wilder. That is fact, man. He is trying to get his ass. He's trying to duck. I already have his name on the Duck Masters Coalition, but I can't really, you know, submit the new list out there because they're still in session. You know how you walk around to the courthouse, in the courtroom, they say in session. The shit is in session, but the days are counting down. They have like 15 days left, don't they? They have like 15 days to figure this shit out. 15 more days. Fury was 290. Now you're lying and making excuses. Well, you know, just round. Look, just because he weighed in at that weight, don't mean on fight night he wasn't freaking at 290. Come on, man. It's okay. White going to get his chances to fight Wilder for the vacant title. Fury going to vacate and disappear again. Listen, like I said before, I want to see Wilder. I want to see Wilder freaking give him his motherfucking shot. For real. I'm talking about that COVID shot that he doesn't have to go to a motherfucking station. Because when he touched Dillian Whyte and make his white blood cells disappear, his body won't have an immune system. He won't be able to fight off anything no more because he just about knocked the shit out of Dillian Whyte. I want that fight to happen. Real talk. Before I get too old, I really want to see him give him that Dominique Brazil type of first round punishment. Because this is the same shit gonna happen with Dillian Whyte. If he ever gets a chance to fight Deontay Wilder, he's gonna rush in because he has a point to prove. It's been many sleepless nights that he was up there thinking about the champ, and he's gonna get knocked the fuck out. Period. What's going on, Pac-Man? What's going on, Tay Jones, Golden Water in the building? What's good? Povetkin has had a nice career, never won a real title, but beat more contenders than anyone, not named Klitschko, in the last 13 to 14 years. He did. I mean, his record, he had 2 losses. Vladimir Klitschko and Anthony Joshua. You know what I'm saying? Now he has Dillian Whyte. He had a respectable resume. You know what I'm saying? But he looked like crap yesterday. He looked like shit yesterday. His legs was just they wasn't even never balanced. I don't know what the fuck was going on with him. I think AJ is a good fighter. He's just a mental midget. Damn. He called him a mental midget. I do believe AJ, you know, when it comes down to him being handed that gold medal, which he clearly did not win the gold medal round in the London Olympics. People don't want to talk about that. I just would like to get your input, Troy. How do you feel about AJ being gifted a gold medal in the London Olympics, knowing damn well he didn't win that damn fight, but they gifted him to begin the process to what they've been able to fool the fans with. They gifted him with a gold medal. Don't you think it's only right for AJ to return that gold medal out of integrity for the Olympic Committee and all the Olympians who earned their medal the right way? Don't you think he should return it? I think he'll earn more fans that way if he returns that gold medal and say, you know what, clearly I didn't win it. I'm here to return it. I'll take my silver. Wilder must seriously injure White, like in his career type KO. You know, to be honest, I don't see Dillian White going any further than Dominique Breazeale. People have to understand Stipe, not Stipe. What I'm saying, Stipe. Alexander Povetkin is not Deontay Wilder, man. So therefore, I mean, you can look at it however you feel like. Deontay Wilder was on unsteady legs and still went to the 7th round. Alexander Povetkin, he was just fumbling all over the place, and his corner threw in the towel. He was in a bad place. But we truly, truly want to see if somehow, some way, Dillian White can fight a top name. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see him fight Oscar Rivas again. I don't want to see him fight Joseph Parker again. I know he called out my man Trevor Bryan. He's the WBA champion right now. Please don't nobody put in a live chat. I know what level or tier WBA heavyweight champion he's in. He's a WBA regular champion. So Dillian White even said something that he'll fuck up Trevor Bryan. You know, Trevor Bryan, if you're listening, man, shit, that'll be a good fight for you. Go over here and clean Dillian White and get that interim title, man. Go over there and get that damn interim title from Dillian. That'll be a good fight for you. Even though Trevor said the only 2 names he would like to fight is Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. He did say that when I interviewed him. So we'll see how that goes. D. White versus Wilder would be entertaining press conference and an even better fight. It ends with D. White head rolling to Eddie Hearn's lap. Shit. Absolutely. For sure. Absolutely, man. What round White hasn't fought anyone even close to that level of athletic talent and power. He gets hurt bad versus Wilder. And, you know, at this point, it was a point in time where, you know, I did feel some type of way about Dillian White acting a fool, right? You know, Eddie Hearn had him campaigning to fight Wilder, but yet they wasn't campaigning for him to fight Anthony Joshua. So I just felt that they was using him as a servant. You know what I'm saying? Like they was treating that man like he was just a puppet. And Dillian, he didn't know any better. He was just out here doing what Dillian believes is right. But yet the titles is right there in your backyard. Now, you know, moving forward, I want that fight. This is another chapter. Like we can get around to Dillian White. I want him to goddamn get his title back and knock out Fury. But I really want Dillian White to get that opportunity. Because a lot of people believe that he has what it takes to go in here and give a good account of himself against Wilder. And I truly see that fight playing out just like Dominique Breazeale's did. Because White it has so much bent up frustration. He has so much animosity calling Wilder a coward over and over again. He's going to go in there reckless. He's going to be angry. He's going to leave himself open. And then he's going to come off and he's not going to make any excuses. Hey, you know what happens in the sport of boxing? You know, I know it's my third time getting knocked the fuck out, but it happens in boxing. I don't have any excuses. Of course you don't have any excuses. Of course you're not going to have any excuses, Dillian, because you got knocked the fuck out, bro. But I'm not even damn asking for this fight to happen anytime soon. I just want it to happen before the gloves are hung up, because Dillian really needs to come to reality, bro. Him along with several other people like Troy and the masses that's out there that's Wilder haters. I really want to be on here once the fight is over with and Dillian leaves urgent care and has his neck brace on. I really want to know what the vibe is going to be like on YTC. That's all. I just want to know what the vibe is going to be. What is the conversation tone is going to be like? That's all we want to know, period. Sir Ken in the building. World Combat Sports salute. Salute to the wrenches and a salute to the chat. Smash the like button. Appreciate you there, Ken. Appreciate you. What's good with you? I think White, like AJ, is ultimately a chicken shit and will turn down the Wilder fight. Well, we know AJ is. AJ has did anything and everything to his ability to not fight. We know that. We know that. We understand that is absolutely true. How scared do you have to be to get into a ring with gloves, with no padding, and be on juice? Zero confidence. Well, right now, hey, listen, right now, that coach, hey, I heard that he was even trying to fuck around with the gloves leading up to this fight. But, you know, that may be scuttlebutt, so to speak. But these UK cats are cheating, and people are forgiving their ass for cheating. Them motherfuckers are trying, they're cheating and trying to injure and take a motherfucker's life. And people are giving them pass. They're getting caught juicing over there because they have a therapeutic exemption. And then they act like they don't know what the fuck they was taking. How can you sit up here and praise Anthony Joshua for fighting in the U.S. footprint once, but yet you want to try to praise him as being a two-time unified champion? He didn't even defend his titles. Check this out. He didn't even attempt to come back over to the U.S. where he failed to defend his titles. Why? Come and show us that attention once again and prove that you're not really, you're not afraid to come over here to the U.S. and fight. You couldn't even come over here and defend your titles, man. Because if anybody would have left the taste into the boxing community like you did when Andy Ruiz wiped the canvas with you and forced you to quit, then I don't know what to tell you, man. You don't have the heart to come back over here to the U.S. footprint and get it in. There's plenty of names. There's plenty of venues over here for Anthony Joshua. Just pick an opponent that's worthy for us to show up and pick a venue and come over here and defend your titles. We don't want to see you come over here and fight Alexander Usyk. No. We want to see you come over here and fight somebody, by the name of Deontay Wilder or something like that. Just give him the opportunity. That's all. The reality is, while the gloves are hung up, White got the revenge. And I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show y'all something right quick. Some evidence. I'm going to show you some evidence right quick. Hold on for a second. I'm gonna let you watch something right quick. It's a good piece of information, you know, because I'm always out here surfing, you know, these media waves and shit, trying to find shit. You know what I'm saying? So let me retrieve this right quick. Like, I'm gonna show you something. I don't know how many of y'all have found. Oh shit, it might not. Hold up, it might take a little bit of time. God damn it. Let's see. Okay, here we go. No, I want you to see this video. It's hilarious. Well, I really want you to see the part of Tyson Fury. All right, let me share screen right quick. You don't like this, Troy, because this is your boy you advocate for. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much what happens to his opponents. But check out the Fury one, though. Check out the Fury one, since y'all say no one's looking. You know, it's Mayweather. Check out Tyson Fury's. Look at the gloves. That is. Let me just go back because Troy need to screen record this shit. That's exactly how they look. That's exactly how they look. Motherfucking flopping ass gloves all around, man. That's exactly what he did in the Christian Hammer fight. See, the hardcore fans won't know what that pose is right there. But that's when the referee caught him with the fucked up thumb loop that had been altered because your thumb had to be in the loop. And that's the pose he did when he scratched his head when the referee found out that his gloves was fucked up. This is a motherfucker that was already pending shit. You know what I'm saying? After the Christian Hammer fight. That's the pose he had. See, a lot of cats won't know that shit. Absolutely. But anyway, I just thought I wanted to put that out there. Lion Killer in the building. Salute, man. Be sure to check him out. Check out his podcast, Lion Killer Podcast. I like, let me see. The reality is Wilder's gloves are hung up. White got his revenge. I don't know what that means, hung up. How? I mean, everybody's gloves in between. They don't walk around town with gloves on. Moving on. I like how Dillian White talks shit, and I even respect his mentality on talking shit. But as a boxer, he's average on his best day. Yeah, he can be average. I give him that. He can be average. You know what I'm saying? If D- is the average grade for passing, yeah, he can be average. His cell is the Big Excuse Chicken Bowl. Who over in the U.S. for Joshua to fight? You know who he is. You know who's over. You know, they have several fighters over here for him to fight. Period. You know who he is, though. While the gloves hung up, no, his track shoes are on Chasing Fury, who's running like Usain Bolt from a fight he already agreed to. That's true. You know, he's just a little bit, you know, Usain Bolt was a lighter weight, so he's much more faster. With Tyson Fury, you know, he has the irky jerk his way, you know, down to the finish line and shit. But he just found out there are some hurdles in that 100-yard dash. He got to jump over some hurdles, and them motherfuckers just a little bit higher than what you see on the track. You know what I'm saying? He had to climb some walls without a rope, and he finding out 6'9" ain't tall enough. This motherfucker got to find another way. He up there grabbing ladders off fire trucks. I don't know how I'm going to get to the top. But damn it, Deontay, I just want to fight this year. Every ladder I get is not tall enough. I mean, somebody find me a helicopter. This is just so taxing on my body. I just want to fight. I just want to fight. I know I said I'll never fight Deontay Wilder again. Excuse me. My throat. The cocaine fucked me up. Took a little bit on my tongue. But if Deontay Wilder fans are out there, tell them I'm willing to relinquish the belt. Ask for forgiveness. I am a repeated cheat, and I just want to go fight Joshua. I just want to go fight Joshua and smoke and snort cocaine. Okay, that's freaking Tyson Fury in a nutshell right there. Is that how he sound over the phone there, Troy? Your boy Tyson Fury. Is this how he sound over the phone? You know what I'm saying? You have to adjust the volume, get special damn listening devices and shit, trying to just tune it up just a little bit so you can understand what the fuck he talking about. Tyson Fury was goddamn so deep into addiction, and this mother started goddamn consuming it, spoonfuls of it. That's why his voice was like that. That motherfucker was hitting Hennessy and Coke. What a combination. Motherfucker, what? Why the gloves hung up? What worthy heavyweight is in the U.S.? Worthy. There's plenty. U.S. is a boxing footprint, man. You have to come over here to really prove. You can't stay over there across the pond in a small group of individuals who are not considered the all-around best competition in the sport. You have to come over here to where they're bred. We have much more of a broader scope of heavyweight names that he can compete in. So why not come over here to the U.S.? That's all I'm saying. Why not come over here? Anthony Joshua, we all know that he came over here once. He was terrified. This motherfucker was terrified. And we're talking about Andy Ruiz. Terrified. Andy Ruiz had that motherfucker crawling on the deck on all fours again like Vladimir Klitschko. Mouthpiece. Anthony Joshua, one thing about it, look back at his fight for the hardcore fans. I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up about Anthony Joshua. This motherfucker has did so many things in a fight to stall time and got away with it. I'm just sick of it. People just don't call him out. Look at the Joseph Parker fight. How he literally ripped the tape. He had loose tape. He just literally ripped the tape and opened it up more in the Joseph Parker fight so he can get time, a rest period. Joshua's did some shit during fights that people just can't get away with. But he couldn't do that shit when he came over here to NYC. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't get away with that. So the referee asked that motherfucker, "Are you okay? Come towards me." And Joshua just kept his hands up on there and looked both ways, looking like Scooby-Doo and Shaggy, and spit his mouthpiece out. The fight was over. He quit. He understands English. He quit. Our World Combat Sports, he came into the ring, gloves tampered with, and failed the drug test too. Yes, sir. Mark Nash in the building. Salute to you. What's good? WCS, are you down for the rubber match? I'm not down for the rubber match when it comes to Dillian White, Alexander Povetkin. Absolutely not. He needs to move on. Alexander Povetkin needs to go into retirement, and Dillian White needs to move forward on whoever he chooses to fight within his division. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I really hope he's able to fight twice a year. And if one of those fights is Deontay Wilder, cool. I absolutely want to be in the building on that fight. Don't even allow me to get the shot. Please, don't allow me to get the shot. I'm going to use that shit on my thumbnail for a whole year straight. Don't allow me to be sitting in the stands with my damn glass. Seriously. No, I want to be at that fight. Name them World Combat. Oh, my bad. World Track Star. I know. I like how people, it's trademark though. It's trademark. So regardless, you can call it whatever you want, but it's trademark. That's a good thing. Some fans are saying no rematch, but why not? They swap KOs. They did swap KOs, but the age difference and the way Alexander Povetkin look, I'm pretty much not in favor of a rematch because he just looks bad. and we don't know how bad his COVID was. He just didn't look like the same person that was able to recover. I don't know. In pockets he did. He took some hard shots from Dillian Whyte, but that's not a rematch I want to see. I'm serious. I mean, it's a rubber match, but I want him to move on to bigger and better things. Name those top American heavyweights. You already know. You already know who they are. You already know who they are. Do your own homework. Some things I will present and others I won't. You know what I'm saying? Do your own homework. Troy probably gets fake British accents after watching IFL TV. He does, man. I know Troy be over there calling in for IFTV. Hey, I'm Troy. How you doing, Mike? Yes, I'm Troy Graham. You know, the one to be up there on the U.S., you know, all these U.S. Media outlets. Yes, I've been following the sport for quite some time now. I'm just so amazed at the beauty of all your fighters. And, you know, I want to say this, that if it was any other place that I would rather be outside of heaven, it would be the UK. I just love you guys so much. I'm so much embraced to the boxing world over here. I love hearing Eddie Hearn speak. I want to be Eddie Hearn so bad. I do. I want to be Dillian Whyte. He don't know me and Dillian Whyte are brothers. Troy be on that IFL calling in with his British accent. You know what I mean? I'm Troy Graham, and I'm Dillian Whyte's, you know, distant brother. I mean, Dean Whyte knows me. Dean knows me. We've been over. We had some salmon, you know, some seared salmon, Cajun, you know what I'm saying, with some asparagus. Troy probably gets a fake. Okay, let's go to Alabama and do an interview at one of his Alabama fried chicken spots. Hey, man, if you want to, go ahead. Let me know when you over here. Alabama is nowhere from me. Let me know when you over here. That's no problem. Let's do it. Usyk is a good fighter, but size and power deter him from being a true heavyweight. That is the big question for Alexander Usyk. You know, we just can't take the Witherspoon fight and the Chisora and say that he's ready to step in there and win versus Anthony Joshua. You know what I'm saying? I think he's undersized for his capabilities. Therefore, you look at Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder was undersized, but he's innately gifted with pure punching power. You know what I'm saying? So Alexander Usyk, him outboxing, I don't know, man. I don't know how far he's going to be able to get with that. Do I believe he can be a world champion once the belts are released from Anthony Joshua somehow, some way? Yeah, it's a belt out here they can give him. They're going to make sure some of these fighters get belts. Like Dillian Whyte, he's the type of fighter that was hang around past his competitive prime, and he should be out the game, and they allow him to fight for a belt to become, you know, world champion. It's going to happen. Watch. And then the post interviews go, I'm happy. You know, to be honest, I'm happy. I finally got this high. It's been a long time. You know, I remember the fight with Alexander Becker, and I earned the interim title. You know, Dillian Whyte, you ain't gonna be able to understand shit he talking about. This man gonna be 44 years old, finally become world champion. But yeah, he's still gonna be talking about the fighters who he wanted to fight. I want to fight Deontay Wilder, and he's sitting around. I saw him post a pic because Dillian Whyte, he's worried about what pictures Deontay's posting. He's talking about the man is posting pictures of guns, alcohol, and all this shit. So that means you're tuned in to him. You're tuned in to him. You're paying attention. Just like White. Just like motherfucking Graham. You know what I'm saying? Coach Chris, you in Alabama, I want to come down and interview Wilder face-to-face. Well, first of all, you know, you can talk to his guy, Tay Jones. And see, you know, Tay Jones is the one that's out here on social media most of the time. You know, he has a listening ear out here in these streets. So just basically talk to Tay Jones. Yeah, the same one that when he was on the panel over there, he told Troy, I ain't come over here to talk to your ass. I ain't come over here to talk to you. Didn't I say I ain't come over here to talk to you? I said I ain't come over here to talk to you. I don't want to hear none of that. I ain't trying to hear none of that. I ain't come talk to you. Troy just be quiet. He's like, Shh, shh, shh. Be quiet. Tay came on the panel. Cass was thinking they was just gonna have an open season. Tay said, did I say I come over here? Did I ask you to speak? Nick, shut your ass up. I ain't come over here to talk to you. So Troy, you know who to talk to? Talk to Tay Jones about the interview. Go ahead. Come on up in this. Hey, come around. Come around. Come on, dog. Come on down here by yourself. Get that interview, bro. I want to see that. But I just gave you the information you need. Look up Tay Jones, okay? Look him up. And, you know, next time I holler at him, I'll tell him to check the live chat. Say, hey, Troy want to interview a one-on-one. But, you know, furthermore, you can check with 78 Sports. That's where he interviews the most. Check with 78 Sports TV. And if you want to hear some of his more recent interviews, you know, so you can get some snippets, some tips, check with 78 Sports, man. You know what I'm saying? Kind of build up your profile a little bit. I live in DC. Okay, so you in DC. All right, I got you. Can somebody please name these two American heavyweights? Troy, go away, kid. You bothering everyone. Coach Chris kind of missed. Nobody named these top heavyweights. And they're top heavyweights, man. Like, listen, it's certain things you should know already who the top heavyweights are over here. You know what I'm saying? You should know. You should know. Come on. You should know already. I read a Danny Cruz control Jacobs versus Gabe bleed out Rosado rematch before White versus Povetkin. Man, that's neck and neck right there. I don't want to see neither one of them. That's neck and neck for my non-viewership. I'm not going to lie. That's neck and neck right there. I don't want to see neither one of those. But if it came down to it, man, I would have to pick White and Povetkin if I really want to see a rematch. I don't want to see no boring ass freaking Daniel Jacobs and Gabe Rosado who refuse to really engage. No, I'd rather see some damn contact. You know what I'm saying? Some knockouts. Fuck that. I'd rather see White and Povetkin, to be honest with you. I'm in Baltimore. The Wilder come before the end of the year. I will come to Union Station and buy you lunch at Ben's Chili Bowl. Oh my God. Somebody help this cat. I know about rich people. No. It's what you're trying to become. It don't matter if you know your original people or not. What high school you went to. What up, World Combat Sports? What's good, D. Hodges? How you feeling, bro? What's good, D. Hodges? Coach Chris, you go with Ben Chili Bowl, or do you want to go to Yard Food Spot? I don't even think that Coach will accommodate that request. You know what I'm saying? He don't come off as that individual that will want to talk to you in person about the same shit you're talking about on this live chat. Now, I really want you to kind of make progress with that one-on-one interview in Alabama with the champ. That's all I want you to do. Start the process. Stop coming online so much and start working the liaison and getting in contact with the people that you need to. You know, call up the Coach D's, call up Tay Jones first of all. Find out what Tay has to say about it, because last time he was on the panel, he told all y'all, hey, I ain't come over here for that shit. I ain't trying to hear that shit. And y'all was like, okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Tay. We apologize, Mr. Tay. We apologize. Y'all try to goddamn gang up on the same Wilder shit. Look, understand this, y'all. We have some individuals who, it don't matter what the topic of discussion is, especially with me, they are so angry at one man that's their only claim to fame when it comes to communicating and ganging up, trying to attempt to gang up on certain individuals like myself for topics, which doesn't work. Like the other time I was talking about Canelo Alvarez and Jamal Charlo, and they busy want to bring up, they keep the Ante dick riders. They love the word dick in their mouth. Like they love just massaging their jawline with that word all the time when it comes to Deontay Wilder. I believe it really gives them a different sense of infatuation. I really think they start pulsating different when they're able to get into a heated discussion and say Deontay dick riders, Deontay Wilder dick riders. When they say that shit over and over and over again, they really are getting off on their fetish. You know what I'm saying? Those individuals like H Money and Trash Star, they love. You know, H Money was the same guy who was supposedly sitting up here trying to say he was a Deontay Wilder fan, but all of a sudden he's trying to go on an apology parade. Now he's dogging him out. He want to make videos to my Deontay Wilder fanboys and dick riders, but weren't you the same one on Barbershop Conversations? You know, talking to the champ. Hey, champ, we wait for you to come back. We hope you come back to the sport. But then he on other motherfucking channels dogging him out. Trash Star, he's the only one that sit up here and get angry at the same guy. So that tells me this right here. That tells me that you're giving this guy the power that we all know he has. Y'all wanted him from the sport, but now he's from the sport. You want him back in the sport. And since he's not really talking to you all, you're mad. Just be patient. That's all I can say. Be patient. Be patient. You do realize I spoke to Tay recently on Money Brown Live. Okay. But we're talking about when he showed up the Punch Drunks live panel that time. We're not talking about the Money Brown. We're not talking about that. We're talking about when he showed up to Punch Drunk Live and he was over there only to talk to certain people. And you wasn't in the lineup there, Troy. And you know what happened, dog. Don't let me bring up receipts. It was hilarious, dog. That was a motherfucking classic, bro. He just shut down the whole panel and he designated his attention to two people. That was it. No, I think one people. He's just talking to Punch. But he basically told you, Trash Star, L Dog, all y'all. I ain't come over here for that shit. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I ain't come over here to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? I came over here to talk to one person. That's it. All that other shit you talking about, I ain't trying to hear that. It was hilarious, man. That shit was funny. To this day, it's still funny as fuck. I don't give Glen Burnie Ron Troy Graham. I don't live in Glen Burnie. I don't know what that is. That must have been another comment somebody else had mentioned. You ain't from Baltimore. Capping for them UK folks. You from Aberdeen. Stop. He say he from Aberdeen. Yeah, it's a done deal. I will get what you can't world commerce for a live interview with Wilder. I know. I mean, I've been waiting for a live interview. What is a live interview? For instance, like what do you consider a live interview there, Troy? Oh shit. It's thundering outside. What do you consider a live interview? Just elucidate for a second. What do you consider a live interview? Seriously, what do you consider a live interview? You mean live in what perspective? Elaborate just a little bit. Like, what are you talking about in general? I just need some clarity. A live interview, like, in what facet are you talking about? What live interview? Just be clear, just a little bit. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. That old ass memory. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Don't deny it. You was all for the little crew of those individuals, them nut huggers over there, them motherfucking cockologists that love stroking each other's nutsack. Yeah, you was over there at one point in time. Absolutely. But tell me how are you gonna do that? About the interview. A live interview where? What are you trying to do? Are you gonna try to do this in person? What are you talking about? Live interview where? Well, come on, I never ganged up on anyone, whether face to face or on social media. You know, this is a pure fact. I'm sure you respect, even though we disagree. Start with the line on, man, when y'all was over there, man, all y'all try to come. The topic was Deontay Wilder. That's why Tay Jones pulled up on the scene, because the situation when y'all was talking reckless and loose lipped, you know what I'm saying? So when he pulled up, all y'all thought you was gonna come with the same bullshit and the same one-liners, and he was basically saying, man, I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. I ain't come over here to talk to you, okay? I don't want to hear none of that shit. Just be quiet, man. I come over here to talk to one person. Did you hear me? I ain't trying to hear that shit. Did he not tell y'all that? I know as a grown man it's tough, but that's exactly what happened. I asked what high school Troy went, and he got real quiet, smoke quiet. You know what I'm saying? I'm not from Baltimore. I just live here. Damn, Troy, you claiming Baltimore and you're not even from there? God damn, dog. So he does know a little bit about. Oh shit. Damn. That was a body shot right there, Troy, for real. So you're not from Baltimore. That was a lie. You live there now. Like, I'm not from the DMV. I live there now. But I'm from Baltimore. Damn. Okay. Woo. Bring up the video, audio, improve your words. I will wait. Oh, no. It's no need for that. I'm not doing your homework. You bring it up. I mention it, you bring it up. It's not for me to do, but I'm still waiting on this live interview. What do you plan on? You say you'll be able to get a live interview before I do. So where you plan on doing this? In person? Online? When you plan on doing this interview? I'm just curious. Where you plan on doing this interview? Because I can know why all the Deontay Wilder naysayers are mad. I do. I'm just saying, where you plan on doing this interview at? Is this what you're looking for, Troy? This is what you want, Troy? Though I'm about to get to this day again. I got it at the Barclays. My culture of people. His people.
That's why people are still lashing out. You know, and people always say, stop talking about it. Don't talk about it. But if we stop talking about it, then nothing really is not going to be done. You know, I
True.
really to be a loudmouth, and you get irritated about me talking about a situation. You change it, and I don't say that silence. And I don't say nothing that stay in silence, and nothing get changed. You know what I mean? And when Radio Raheem came, what really just irritated me when he said, "What do you mean by your people?" Right. You know, and I'm looking at him as a black man as well too, and I'm like, "What do you mean my people, your people as well too?" Unless my eyes is playing a game on me, and you're not who I think you are. You know, for your skin complexion is not of your ethnic group. You know what I mean? And
talk to him, champ.
That's just hurt my nerve. You know what I mean? Because Phil be talking about his people 200 years. I'm like, well, we 200 more years on you. And I always go back and just think about, like, as people, what have we done so long to deserve so much? Heartache, sorrow, your pain, suffering.
Listen to him, Troy.
Lynching. You know, I went to the museum in Birmingham, and my eyes was amazed. My heart dropped to my stomach to see so many people. You know, some people were getting lynched because, you know, some people was getting lynched because they had pictures of a white woman in their head, or they walked by a white woman taking, you know, somebody's house, or they saw something, or they said something, or just them being just who they are every day. You know, just petty situations of getting lynched. And I'm like, it's just amazing to me. You're like, what? I just want to know that. These are the things that fuels up in me when I talk about these situations, and I speak with passion. You know, and people know that I speak with passion, and that what releases out of me. And when I said that, many people around the world felt what I said.
Get ready, Troy.
To this day. And when I said it with conviction,
I just had to get to that point with Troy, you know, so he can hear the champ say to this day. That authentic word, you know what I'm saying? King Mitch still hanging out. We'll come back kicking it with the champ. I mean, man, that's why a lot of them are mad. Shout out to Tay Jones for setting that up, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tay Jones. You know, salute to you, my brother. Appreciate it. You know, I was able to talk to, you know, the Muhammad Ali of my era. You know what I'm saying? Deontay Wilder. So I can rest peacefully knowing that I had that opportunity. That's why they hate on me. That's why you have motherfuckers say they don't watch my channel, but they do. Because they know videos out there. Just interview one person that you respect in the boxing game, because you say you're all about boxing. Just give me one interview that you had the opportunity to be in the same airspace as them. You know what I'm saying? All jokes aside, the same airspace of someone who was so dominating and imposing figure in the sport of boxing in your era when you was alive. You know what I'm saying? When you was breathing. You know, just give me one video for all the haters like H and Trash Star and all these other cats that the first time Deontay Wilder name come out their mouth, they got something negative to say. But I tell you what, if you saw him in person, you wouldn't have that energy. None of y'all that's haters like that, you wouldn't have that energy because he's a good dude, man. You know what I'm saying? He's a good dude. Period. Well, you know, I could say I did a one-on-one interview with him. You know, that's why people are upset. And they always want to act like they want to talk about the channel. Brother, channel is the channel, regardless. You click the damn volume button and tune in when you tune in. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how many people tuning in when I'm actually live. I appreciate the ones who hear. And look, it's so good I can name the ones who drop in my live right now. That's how the number is. I can name you verbatim on who drop in on my lives. It's all good. Coach Chris, I didn't go to school in Baltimore. I went to school in Maryland, not Baltimore. Those words mean nothing to me. But they do. The whole point is I wanted to show you, you know, you was talking about a live video, and I remember a certain individual that mentioned that I've been one. I mean, I'm mad because he won't come to my channel. And I'm like, why would I be mad? I was able to talk to him in person. I've seen this man several times in person. Why would I be mad he's not coming to my channel? I mean, I'm not. I got what I seen him on several occasions, man. I think they're more mad and upset that they haven't had the opportunity than I ever will be. You know what I'm saying? Because I just seen the man down here in the ATL at the mall, man. You know, him and his wife was down here, you know, doing some business, personal appearance, you know, talking to the fans. I think that's what it is, really. I think it's jealousy of individuals that really want to step next to the champ, shake his hand, take a picture with him, just to get a visual of 42 victories, 41 knockouts. You know what I'm saying? 42 victories, 41 knockouts. They want to get the visual. They do. They want the visual, just like I seen James Toney when I seen James Toney in person. You know, I do all these flashbacks of some of his favorite fights. No, this is James Toney. This is Roy Jones. You know what I'm saying? I think King Mitch, I'm menstrual. What is the string hang time out of business? I don't know what that means. Whatever. The sure thing counted slam, but now that is out there, I'm gonna leave it. Welcome at I will speak the same to every man. No man is mightier than the Almighty. And we're not even talking about supreme beings, bro. You're taking it just a little bit outside the scope of common sense. We're talking about the boxing game. We're talking about respect, the general respect that fighters aren't shown, especially on here. You know, especially when you have fighters who have been known to seriously kiss a fighter's ass. It's a difference between kissing a fighter's ass and being boxing media. You know what I'm saying? Boxing media, you cover a variety of fighters, and plus you have your favorites. You know what I'm saying? You have your favorites. But then again, you have individuals that just only cover a small group of fighters. That's it. That's all they talk about. But just because, you know, you get in a wave of a group of people that are absolute haters and they want to zoom in on one particular fighter, so they pick and choose because they do tune in to WCS. They'll wait till I pop up on another panel, and that's when they would show up. But when I put the link in my live chat, it's tardiness. They won't come up under their identity. They won't even use their real account. So I've come to the conclusion that we have some transitional males out here. Seriously. And what I mean by transitional males, they might have been born male, but they exist in society as females because that's the way they act. They're transitional males. They're betas. They speak as if they're all about that, but only in a group of men who they can carry on and act with juvenility. That's when they have that empowerment. They say, oh, cool, we have a group of people that want to be childish like me. Cool, I feel good. But they won't come over here like I do by myself. I go to panels by myself. I ain't running. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that. Let's be realistic. Coach Chris, I'm 50-year-old man. I'm not some pretty street dude. I'm where I'm from doesn't define me. Obviously, where you are from defines you. I think too deep for that, sir. I don't know where you all had your original interaction, but the last time you was on here, I do remember you was directly coming at Coach. You asked for the link strictly for Coach. You know what I'm saying? You requested the link strictly for Coach. So I don't know if y'all had any other collective interests outside on another panel, but that's what I do remember. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do remember. At least you live there now. I got to drive up there to get a good meal or some crabs. Please do, Coach. That's all Troy talks about is cooking. You know what I'm saying? He talks about he can cook. But when I say I was going to come over to eat, he said I wouldn't be able to eat at the table and shit like that. See, some slave mentality type shit. You know what I'm saying? But go over there and see if he can fix you a meal and it's home cooked and see if he actually can do that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he has the cooking shit down. You know what I'm saying? Just maybe. We'll come back. You know, for 100% fact, I have never disrespected your channel, your manhood. We don't operate that. I never said you did. What are you talking about? I know you have been on other panels back in the day where you yourself was on that Wilder hate wagon and you was joining in with all those other voices. You know what it was. I didn't take it personal. It's just, yeah, you were saying some foul shit about Wilder. You know, like you say he retired, and you were saying some other shit that you know, the other that I'm not going to repeat. But you know what it was, bro. And you keep mentioning your age, bro. You know, we already know how old you are. You know how old I am. We know that already. What does that got to do with anything? Now you came on here with a disagreement. You had that disagreeing energy. You say, "Oh, drop the link." But hey, y'all grown men. Y'all handle what grown men do, man. I ain't worried about that. Handle what grown men do. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know what I'm saying? Coach say you're a 50-year-old man capable of lying as well, apparently. Hey man, we are capable of lying. You ain't never lied about that shit. Damn. You ain't never lied. But hey man, when it comes down to it, I know there's a lot of individuals that really don't want to recognize the power in one person. And hopefully when Wilder returns back to the sport, some of those fans that was booing him against Tyson Fury and booing him in general and genuine haters will be on his side, you know, to welcome him back to the sport. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you can pass that word. You know what I'm saying? Some of those haters that's out here on social media, they can genuinely come, because I'm definitely gonna put the word out there. You know, the champ don't need to be tuned in to motherfucking these traitors who want to kiss his ass 1 minute and then go up here and say all these bad things just to cater to other groups like Latino fighters or European groups who want to talk highly of Anthony Joshua and Fury. You know that, like, the heavyweight division, when it comes down to it, their only swan song is to talk about Fury or Joshua. They have to pick and choose who they want to talk about. So when it comes to the Deontay Wilder, it's going to be Fury. If it comes to Fury and Anthony Joshua, it's going to be Anthony Joshua. You know what I'm saying? Like, is it Anthony Joshua, Nigerian and white? So when it comes to Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua, oh, it's Anthony Joshua. He's the best there ever is. When it comes to Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, it's Tyson Fury, even though he's a cheat drug addict, right? When it comes to Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua is Anthony Joshua, only because he's over there, Eddie Hearns. You know what I'm saying? And they consider him a bit more innocent. You know what I'm saying? And mentally fragile. Yeah, that's how it works. So when he comes back to the sport, man, I'm just encouraging you all to support the champ, because that's only right, man. Y'all was born him, hoping he'd take the loss. He had already told y'all it's how you recover, how you return from a loss. So now he's taking the loss and he's handling his business in court. Be patient. That's all I'm saying. Be patient, bro. No. Don't change it up now. Don't change it up now, Troy. All right, world, come back. I got a step. Promise the wife. I'll put this IKEA furniture together today. Wish me luck. Thanks for the live today. Appreciate you there, coach, for pulling up, man. Have a enjoyable Sunday, you and your fam, man. Appreciate you pulling up. I give Wilder the same respect you give White. You can't compare the two, because you got to say you got to give Wilder the same respect that I give Dillian White, Anthony Joshua. The same thing. I've said the same thing. Tyson Fury. Why would you allow me that power to say you give the same respect to them? I mean, to Wilder, that I give them. There's not even a comparison as to why my criticism will bleed over in comparison to you criticizing Deontay. You just don't straight up like Deontay Wilder because you think he has no boxing and he's just a person that shouldn't even be in the sport of boxing or any of that shit. I don't have any hatred for Dillian White, Anthony Joshua, or Tyson Fury. You know, hate is an energized word. I have to put invested energy to hate somebody. I always tell people, if you hate a family member, that means you still care for them a bit. In order for you not to hate them, that means you don't give a fuck about them. Because when you hate somebody, you still care enough to say, damn, I'm wondering why they're not showing me that attention. I wonder why I hate the fuck out of it. Oh my God. You still care enough to wonder why they're not showing you love or they're not involved in your life. That's giving them energy you're not supposed to give them. So you're saying you giving Wilder the same respect you give White. Listen, it's not even a comparison, bro. It's not even a comparison because I just look at the natural hate that is delegated in that perspective in this YouTube community. The natural hate from a man who doesn't have a history of mug shots, who doesn't have a history of drug abuse, who doesn't have a history of performing enhancing drugs violation. He doesn't have a history. He doesn't have their history. What they want to talk about is the fact that he said the bronze bomber wanted to catch a body. So they're trying to say he's a murderer in real life. You know what I'm saying? But fighters say they want to go in there and kill and knock each other heads off all the time. You know what I'm saying? So what is it going to be? What the fuck is it going to be? Real talk. Seriously. Damn, Boosie slapped the shit out this dude. Boosie ain't fucking playing. My fault for getting off topic. But anyway, hey man, I wanted y'all to I wanted to move on to the next topic before I get off topic. You know, I've pretty much talked about that. Bruce, what's good? What's good with you? I want to talk about the encouragement to some of these fighters that are not understanding how Team Teo is moving right now. You know, being his name or Devin Haney's name is Master Teofimo Lopez, and Ryan Garcia and all this other shit is going on in lightweight division. But peep this though. So Teofimo Lopez, being he's been able to accomplish what he's accomplished, right? Aaron Jones, what's good? What's good with you? Right? So he's been able to accomplish what he has, and he's due to step on Triller and fight a mandatory. And he's going to make a handsome amount of money for fighting a mandatory, as in George Kambosos. This is what I want. The fighters that's coming up to just kind of understand my mentality in earning the most money possible in the sport without taking offense to it, right? This is not a black and brown thing. This is a WCS talking to you. And however you want to perceive it, man. If it's knowledge, it's knowledge. It's cool. But look, the action has to start somewhere for you to increase that value. The action has to start somewhere. Like you always talking about individuals being leaders, right? In your job, in life, generally speaking, around, you know, your place of business, where you stay. You know, leaders, some people look up to you. They may not know it. They say, okay, so-and-so, I consider him a leader. You know what I'm saying? They look at you as like knowing more than the average. So what Team Lopez is doing right now is saying that they're establishing a price point, which they have other compeers in the lightweight division attempted to emulate the money that they're making. I know it may piss some people off, but that's what's going on. He gets 3.1 out of the $6 million purse bid. And then, you know, Haney comes out with his 3. All right, cool. I'm not mad at the Haneys for making the money. All right. But you're doing shit that's promotional partnership to get that type of money. When it comes down to the money aspect, you can make money up to a point. Promotion, but that doesn't mean you're going to be with the same promotion for an extended period of time. Teofimo is now saying that they're never going back to top rank. They're never going back to top rank. In one division, Teofimo Lopez has ran the gauntlet on 3 top 10 opponents to earn his place in his position in boxing. They have also stood and put the anchor down. They have put the anchor in the motherfucking ground. They say, hey, check this out. We're PPV. We're fighting on pay-per-view. They are changing shit up that people was like scared to do. I respect the moves that they're making, because it's not something that you see on a normal basis. Especially, they are moving the needle, bro. And we're not even fully out of a pandemic. People looking at these cats like they crazy. Like, why the fuck would you want to do some shit like this? You're ruining his career. They're going to crash and fall. How are they going to be able to sustain that 3.1? In order for you to do that, you have to be committed within yourself. You have to understand how much courage you have, how much strength you're willing to put forth, and how dedicated you're going to be to go through the storm. How dedicated you're going to be to continue forward with all the damn debris you're going to face in making these decisions. He's determined that he's done with Top Rank, and they're going to fight on PPV. Now, the big question is, how are you going to have the amount of opponents when you're just starting your career? You're 16-0. How are you going to now be a PPV star? And you haven't established that yet. You've seen a needle point of it. You've seen a little brief snippet of him stepping in there with Lomachenko, another big name, and doing over 4 million views on free TV, right? So therefore, when it comes down to the situation where them changing levels to say, we want to be a PPV fighter, we want to be the Canelo, but we don't want to wait as long as it took Canelo to really start establishing himself as a PPV fighter. We want to do that shit now. How is that possible? Why isn't everyone else having the courage to make moves like this while others look on, shaking their head? But when Team Lopez began to jump on PPV and make the money and blossom into a success as they move up in the sport, maybe they can be trendsetters. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they're able to be trendsetters, because this is something that's really unheard of. Like, he's already in the history book for what he was able to pull off at the lightweight division. But now they're trying to say that with the amount of fights, 16 professional fights, 2 championship fights, they're going to just fight on PPV. Is it possible? Mitch say, I caught the interview Tio did with Marcos Villegas. Okay, interview. Yeah, you know, I mean, he's been going around. I like the press coverage he's been getting. But my biggest question mark right now is, when people read about what Team Lopez is doing right now in boxing, I think they're more focused and continue to talk up a fight with him and Haney than understanding that Team Lopez is focused on the compass ahead of them. They're focused on the optics long term, up the road. They're trying to establish wealth. They're trying to establish and lead from the forefront. They're trying to do things that people will look at and say, well, it's no way you can ask for that amount of money. There's no way you can do this. There's no way you can do that. Just take a look at how stubborn they're being to earn their place in history and earn their wealth and earn their position monetarily. It started with him negotiating the Lomachenko fight, the biggest fight of his boxing career. He only has 15 professional fights, but yet he's negotiating his worth with the top 2 pound for pound in the sport for Lomachenko. He's negotiating the biggest fight of his career. He's being stubborn. He understands where he's trying to go in life, and the starting point is going to be now at the rough stages of his career, the ground floor. You don't find any respect in that? Not only did he negotiate, but he ended up getting partially what he wanted. Then moving forward, his next big fight And it's a big fight. It's turned into a big fight. He's doing something that no one would really consider important. He went into a purse bid for a mandatory that struggled with Mickey Bay, a mandatory that people looking at like, I really don't know who this kid is, George Kambosos. And you know, the Team Lopez has garnered attention for saying that they're going to get 10 million in Australia, just, you know, bloviating the numbers a little bit. But more people want to talk about them saying 10 million, but yet their whole process is to begin to consistently put attention gainers out there for their fans. That's what they want to start. They want to get people groomed to understand that they're going to go out here and fight the competition, and they're going to put themselves in a monetarily corrected position early on so they can grow within the sport and be worth something, so they can be the cash cows of the sport. But who would have thought that they will begin this process before they even earned it? I understand he beat Vasil Lomachenko, but a lot of people are going to say, well, what you're asking, you haven't really earned that, but you got to start somewhere. You have to start somewhere, and they're starting very early on to establish what they're trying to do. They're trying to be the future cash cow. They're understanding that Canelo is not going to be around forever. They're understanding that, you know what? We're going to coexist with Canelo and make our money, and we're going to be transparent. Once Canelo leaves, we're already going to be making our money that we're making. We'll never be in the same division fighting as Canelo Alvarez while he's active duty. They're not worrying about Canelo still being in the sport to make money. They're saying that they're going to be a PPV fighter. Another situation where they're looking at his pops and saying, what the fuck is this dude talking about? The same thing they were saying when he said, my son is going to be a champion in 15 professional fights. Not only did it come to fruition, he told people he was after Lomachenko way back when. We're going to go get them belts from Lomachenko. What happened? They went and got the belts from Lomachenko. Now they're trying to change their scale of respect. They're trying to change shit in one single division. They're not trying to prove to the people that they can make money on social media by flashing cars and houses and shit. I respect what they're doing. They're saying we're going to have that true bona fide wealth. We're going to have the respect of the boxing fans by taking it. We're going to demand respect. We're going to go out here and fight the tough opposition, and we're going to force them to understand that, yes, you should come out here and pay to see me fight. I am that guy. I am going to give you the damn post-fight celebration. I am going to give you the backflip, period. But you have to somehow have people love to hate you to pay to come see you fight. And that's kind of what's going on with Teofimo Lopez. Like, he was able to win the belts, and he has people loving to hate him. So since they're beginning to love to hate him, they're going to pay to see him fight George Kambosos on Triller. They're going to pay for the PPV. They're going to pay to see him fight on Triller. Not only that, they're behind the scenes making rounds to see how can this plan, this future plan to fight on PPV and to grow their brand, how can it work out for them? How is it possible? I'm pretty sure they're sitting down with their business partners. They're sitting down with David McWaters and everybody that's involved, and they're trying to find out how to effectively grow this into an empire. How can they grow this into an empire? Because right now, in my opinion, in a lot of ways, man, Team Lopez is leading in a lot of areas. You can't just put race into it. I don't want to hear no race shit. I don't want to hear, oh, well, black fighters have to, they can't get that same privilege and all that. Floyd did. Whenever you bring that shit up to me, I'm going to tell you Floyd did. I don't want to hear nothing about no race. I want to just focus on who's doing it right now. You have one Latino fighter in Canelo Alvarez is able to do it. And then you have another one that's coming up through the rough in Teofimo Lopez. I don't care how much time you waste talking about a Devin Haney fight. Teofimo Lopez is trying to establish different avenues on how he's going to drive forward to make money in the sport. Become a multi-millionaire. Because to become undisputed in your first division is very commendable. But now he's trying to attach the paycheck to the credentials and basically grow them the same. He wants both of them to grow the same. Like people hear the name Teofimo Lopez, they want to match it up with money, just like they did with Floyd Mayweather. You hear Floyd Mayweather, money. Money, Floyd Mayweather. That's how he was able to bring Conor McGregor over here and charge $100 for PPV. But when Floyd did it, it was later on in his career. Teofimo Lopez is trying to do this shit out the gate. What I mean by out the gate, I'm talking about now he's crossed that threshold and won a championship and then fought for the belts. That's out the gate. Now he has the little bit of power he was looking for. He began that with negotiation process for Vasyl Lomachenko, the biggest fight of his career. What's next? Growth. That's what's next. Growth. Why isn't other fighters doing it, especially black fighters? Why aren't you willing and able to take the risk if you want to really consider yourself a moneymaker? Why does somebody else have to do the legwork? Put yourself out there, make those type of moves, and position yourself to be the cash cow. Not just in comparison to Teofimo Lopez, but in comparison to yourself. When Floyd was making all this money, people compared Floyd to Floyd. Right or wrong? People compared Floyd to Floyd. He did what the fuck Floyd wanted to do. I still hear people to this day talking about the Conor McGregor fight. A fighter with no professional boxing. I hear people talk about that shit all the time. Look, not so much the fight, but they was talking about the atmosphere. The atmosphere of that fight. The star-studded affair, the audience, the fan attendance. This man was able to bring an 0-0 mixed martial arts fighter into professional ranks. An 0-0 professional boxer who was a mixed martial artist to charge somebody the highest PPV ticket, $100. You don't think it's going to be possible if everything continues to grow for Team Lopez? You don't think you might be paying $100 later on? I'm going to tell you, you might be paying $100 plus. That's if his competition is willing to dance with him. With that said, he's going to have the right dance partners outside himself to step in the ring with him. But if Teofimo Lopez is able to continue his growth process, he'll be able to earn that stature where you're going to have fighters wanting to step in the ring with him right now. I mean, later on, you're going to have big names, asking, pleading the grace to square with a Teofimo Lopez. You're going to have that. People may not want to admit it now, but this shit, we're talking up one fight. You're talking up one fight when you should be encouraging these fighters to try to make as much money as they possibly can not just off the back of a fighter who's already done it. Like he's already crossed over and earned all these titles. He's already put his name out there in the bright light. So therefore, that's what the other fighters should be doing. Like find a way for people to tune in and watch you outside of social media. I'm talking about any fighter, especially the black fighters. Of course, I want to see them grow. But we've had enough. We had enough of the culture, though. We understand what the culture is about. We all about the culture. But now, you think this has just started? People always looked at that blacks as being braggadocious about their materialistic wealth. You know what I'm saying? We known to put the vehicles out there. That's what we do, the houses. But then you have individuals that's out here like Canelo Alvarez. This motherfucker riding down on a $1 million plus stallion. And he's making crazy amount of money per fight. Nobody's saying Canelo will be broke once he leaves the sport. No one. There's not a person that's uttering that shit. Oh, Canelo, he better watch out buying those horses. He's going to be broke. No one is saying that shit because Canelo has did the groundwork. Though a lot of his fights was in Mexico, he has did what the fuck he's supposed to do at this point in his career. He has one loss with Floyd Mayweather, and now he is in the same position to a point. To a point. Floyd Mayweather is still the man. To a point of Floyd Mayweather, because Floyd Mayweather is still the reigning king when it comes to paid athletes in the combat sports. If you look up there at the top PPV, man, he's the reigning, grand poobah. He is the absolute king. No one is doing it like Floyd did. And the one reason that Canelo Alvarez is struggling to match up to Floyd is because he don't speak English. That's real talk. And this what brings me to this point right here. This what brings me to this point right here on how Teofimo may exceed that ceiling. It's because he speaks Spanish and English. He's a showman. He's going to be able to cater to both sides. People want to see him perform. He's going to go out there and put on the show. You might not want to hear it, but I try to tell you, I ain't trying to be no philosopher and shit like that. I know I keep it light, but I'm just saying, you have to take a stance. You have to kind of lead from the front, man. This social media shit, you're going to have the lovers and the haters. But ultimately, you have to focus on what's in front of you and get that shit done to the point where it benefits you residually over and over again. The residual interest coming from the boxing fans, the residual interest coming from the sponsors, the residual interest coming from every time you step into the ring. People know it's money involved. They associate your name with money. Y'all gonna have to understand how that works. Because when you're watching someone do it in front of you, you can keep shaking your head all you want, saying the same broke man mentality. You want to compare names to one fighter that's not even giving a fuck about you. Like, really, they're not. They worrying about moving forward, making money in their life, becoming wealthy in a sport where a lot of fighters wind up broke after their last fight. But I'm telling you, in this social media era, it's a lot more y'all can do the exact same thing in the sport if you took the time to do it. We have so many people chasing Teofimo Lopez. It's so many other divisions you can be focused on. I'm being real. Like, it's so many other divisions they can be the focus on. They can focus on some other shit. But we have so many fighters running behind Teofimo Lopez. Let's say, for instance, Gervonta Davis. Gervonta Davis is in a position to become wealthy also. But he has the guidance of Floyd Mayweather. He has to pay out that Floyd Mayweather. Floyd is not working for free. And also, the difference that's going to separate Teofimo Lopez and Gervonta Davis is communicating with the fan base. A much more user-friendly is Teofimo Lopez. We know that. I've been around both of them. So if you want to get, my answer on who I would like to be around on fight week, as far as media, definitely Teofimo Lopez. Now, of course, that was before he won, beat Vasil Lomachenko. He might have a lot more people around him now, and he might, I don't know. I don't see him as that person. Of course, it's going to be a bit more ego to him winning the titles than it should. But if you was to ask me about fight week and who I would like to be around as far as media, I would definitely say Teofimo Lopez out of the two, him and Gervonta Davis. Because the people, I'm going to leave it right there. It's just not much I'm going to get from Gervonta, really. The people they be doing some weird stuff, being mean for no reason and saying no for something stupid. This is boxing week. You can't tell people, oh, don't film, don't do this, don't do that. I'm like, bro, we're media. Y'all not telling Ellie Sackback that. So if I'm a human like him and I'm basically doing the same job, I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not showing you no mercy like that. I'm media too. Just because I have a different name doesn't mean shit. I'm not a foreign entity. But I'm gonna leave it like that. Y'all need to understand. Like, I'm telling you, you think I'm bullshitting. Y'all was dropping shit in my inbox. You think I'm bullshitting about what I said the other day. I think black in general, they have this optimism about working with one another. But I told you yesterday about the Jermell Charlo Errol Spence. It's the perfect motherfucking plan if they can pull it off. The perfect shit that they can sit back and laugh their ass off about it. They just gotta have they have the cojones because they're at the top of their game, so to speak, in boxing. They just have to have the commitment to be actors and get that money. They have to have the commitment to know that the perfect plan is not going to benefit both of them until the end, until the entire plan is over. They have to be willing participants to make that shit work out. And you got hating ass motherfuckers that say, oh man, you want them to fix a fight. No, I'm not. I'm saying in general, they're in the perfect position to solidify their boxing legacy, just like Anthony Joshua did. Anthony Joshua is two-time unified champion because Andy Ruiz came in there and cashed out, and he picked up the titles again off a boring ass motherfucking fight. What does Jermell Charlo and Errol Spence have the opportunity to do? They're in a position in the same stable. Jermell is in a position to help Errol Spence, and Errol Spence is in a position to help Jermell Charlo. Errol Spence needs another division to his credentials. What better way to add an undisputed title fight at 154 to sell out the motherfucking stadium over there in Texas? What better way to rob the bank like Floyd Mayweather has taught them? Floyd Mayweather has taught you how to rob the fucking bank. Rob the shit. Create a storyline. Play the role. And execute the heist. That's all you got to do. I know motherfuckers out here have made mention of what I'm saying. I know you have. I know you want to frown upon it, but what if it actually happens? Errol Spence becomes undisputed at 54 because they're stable mates. They helping each other out. They're making crazy money in that fight. And then they put a rematch clause in there. Jermell Charlo wins that shit back and hands Errol Spence his first loss. What the fuck is it going to matter if you have a loss on your record? ending your career. You have made boatloads of money, and you also added another division of undisputed to your credential as a two-weight champion. Not only that, Jermell Charlo becomes a two-time undisputed world champion in a single division. Come on, bro. Stop playing, man. But I don't think the black fighters have that mentality to come up with a storyline and basically execute it like that. They can do both fights in Texas and get fucking paid. All they have to do is break up this union that they have, become enemies for the social media, talk their shit, all along knowing it's just them talking shit to build up this fight, and have Errol Spence move up in between trying to figure out the fight with Terrence Crawford. All they have to do is Errol Spence just have to move up. That's his stablemate. All along, they talking this shit out. They planning it. They talking out just like Floyd Mayweather was doing with Conor McGregor, talking behind the scenes on what to do at this press conference, what's going to happen here, what's going to happen there. That's why when he picked up Floyd Mayweather's money bag, it wasn't that much money in it. Because they already knew the shit was going to happen. Come on, bro. It's genius. How difficult it's going to be for Errol Spence to unify a division outside of welterweight. And just imagine this shit. Let's just say, Terrence Crawford said he's not even worried about that fight right now. So it may be a prolonged, delayed situation with Errol Spence getting that unification at welterweight. So in the interim, he's thinking ahead. I have the perfect partner in my stable to become unified. But in that process, Jermell Charlo has to take another loss, which is not going to ruin his career. But also it would enhance it because he can become two-time undisputed super welterweight champion. Errol Spence can become a two-weight, unified, undisputed at 154 pounds. Both of their careers are injected with history. And also on the back end of their career, it only enhances them moving forward. Jermell Charlo can vacate the belts and move up to 160. He's a two-time undisputed champion. Errol Spence, whenever he chooses to vacate the titles at welterweight, he can move up to 54. He's already been a undisputed champion at 54. So that shit is good. He can go up there and make some more money. He can pick up a belt or two again at super welterweight. But what he has done is establish a reference point monetarily. This is what I've been able to do. This is how much I'm worth right now. It would be a freaking genius motherfucking storyline if they can pull that shit off. Because right now we already know that Charlo's is a loose cannon. Errol Spence, he can talk his shit in the media. They will mesh together well as coming enemies. You know why? Because, you have Jermell Charlo to back his brother up. What better way to become enemy with somebody in your own backyard on social media to build up a fight? Go in there and fight each other now. You always talk about Errol Spence fight heavyweights and all this. Go in there and fight now. Put on a motherfucking show. Y'all know how to move around. Go in there and fight. Jermell lose them motherfucking titles. But they get paid and come back for a rematch. Boom, 2-for-1 special. Rob the motherfucking bank. Both of y'all have added to your damn boxing history, your boxing credentials, and y'all move the fuck on with life and laugh. Laugh in motherfucking face about, hey, guess who I ran into today? People be on here, oh shit. Jermell Charlo and Errol Spence, they cool now. They put a picture out. All they need to do is put one picture out on IG after the rematch and laugh at y'all motherfuckers after they have went and made millions in Texas. Two black people in general beefing on that level of athletics, people are going to tune in. Losing to Jermell Charlo is not going to take Errol Spence off the pound for pound list. But people will look at him, Errol Spence, fighting Jermell Charlo as a bigger opponent than Terrence Crawford ever faced. So, of course, it may move him up on the pound for pound list. But if Jermell Charlo comes back and beat Errol Spence in the rematch, it's going to put him on the pound for pound list. It works out beautifully for everybody. If you're able to put that invested interest into the backside of your career and make millions off of it. But your life's going to have to change just a little bit. The shit that you're doing in social media, you're going to have to now bring it to the surface long term and say, you know what, let's fool everybody. Fuck it. I might be fucking the story up. They might heard this shit and say, that's a damn good plan. Now he needs to stop talking about it. Hey, they might say, I like the plan, but if he keeps talking about it every other day, we can't even start to even think about doing some shit like that. It would be masterful, though. Don't say I didn't tell you. It'll be masterful, yo. It'll be masterful, man. Not only do they sell out Texas, all eyes will be watching all over the world. Hey, Ken, that's all I'm trying to say. That shit is genius, man. It's a genius plan. What Teofimo Lopez is doing, starting off early. It would be a genius plan if Errol Spence and Jermell Charlo can think about what I'm talking about and to make millions. Okay, let's look at the word scripted. Word it however you see fit. If you think Abner Yildirim and Canelo Alvarez wasn't scripted, then obviously you haven't been around boxing. If you can go back, like I can, to plenty of fights that was scripted, then you haven't been watching boxing enough. There's many fights that's an unspoken language that is scripted. They split the ropes already knowing they're going to move around for a little bit, and we already know what the winner is going to be. That's fact. I'm just mentioning Canelo Alvarez because Canelo has been of recent in 2 fights, which we already knew what the opponent was. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. and Abner Yildirim. You know what I'm saying? There was already opponent scheduled. So you know, Chavez Jr. and Abner Yildirim wasn't going to win that fight. And there's been other fights with a fight scheduled before the fight even began. It's been scheduled fights already. So that means if that person is in your weight class and they're challenging for your belts or challenging for a belt, but yet you're already talking about Billy Joe Saunders, we all know it's a predetermined fight. I don't have to go into this again. There's been plenty of fighters outside of Canelo who's had the same outcome already pre-planned. It's nothing new to the sport of boxing. Yes, I'm talking about a storyline. My word is a storyline. A storyline. I'm not talking about what Floyd did as far as anything being predetermined. I'm talking about making money. Making money. Floyd truly understood that Conor wasn't winning that fight off his ability. But when I'm talking about Floyd making money, he was able to somewhat entertain and convince the fan base that Conor could potentially be the guy to beat him. He did enough promo to bring on board Conor McGregor, who had 0 professional fights, to sell it to the crowd. You have to be one of those individuals. Why do you think he wore a ski mask? Why do you think? I mean, this is not elementary. Come on, bro. Whoever you are, this is not elementary. When have you known Floyd Mayweather to wear a ski mask to a fight? He was wearing a ski mask to subliminally let you know that he was robbing the bank. Moving on. Fights should play out real. Why should two friends become enemies just to trick the crowd? Because, first of all, you're not paying them money. First of all, you're not paying them their paychecks. Second of all, we always hear about boxers saying that the sport is a business. It's all about money, right? So just because I'm up here basically verbalizing a fantasy storyline, it makes money. Just like Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor made hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions. Floyd knew damn well it was no way, no how. He was in trouble going into that fight. But he hyped it up. Hyped it up. It was a masterful plan. Well scripted. The promo was amazing. And he basically showed you that he was wearing a ski mask because it was a bank robbery. It was a heist. How more clear do you need it to be painted? See, that's the one point. If you come up with something like this, if I come up with something like this, you know, you want to have someone say, well, you want to talk about fixed fights or scripted or whatever, when it's happening in sports in general, period. It happens all the time. But then they'll be the first one pointing the finger at the fighter coming back to the sport later in age. Talking about they're trying to fight a young lion. And then it would be a point in time where somebody might say, well, they should have made as much money as they possibly could while they was competing. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Make as much money as you can while you're competing, but don't outprice yourself when you haven't really earned or built up your credentials or resume to be that guy. You have to find a way for your popularity to be higher than your compeers. You have to find a way for your notoriety to shine a little bit brighter than your compeers. That requires manipulation. That requires being, you know, this individual that's user-friendly to the crowd. You have to find out what your niche is. Every race is different. Canelo Alvarez don't have to talk shit to be in the good graces of fans and make that money. He's did it business-wise. You know what I'm saying? He's established himself through his performance. Floyd Mayweather had the bravado. He didn't speak a lick of Spanish. Floyd Mayweather had the performances. He had the bravado. He can pick and choose what he wanted to do when he was on the back end of his career. And just like I said before, brought Conor McGregor over this bitch and made hundreds of millions. That's the same thing Teofimo is going to do. And that's the same thing that I'm talking about with Jermell Charlo and Errol Spence. Just because I'm up here telling you the story ahead of time, of course you're going to criticize it. Of course. But at the end of the day, if they was to go in there and actually execute the shit that I just mentioned, and motherfucker Jermell Charlo lose his belts to Errol Spence, can you prove that they fixed the fight? No, you're not going to prove it, because boxers know how to move around in the ring. And if they really want to go in there and Jermell Charlo lose those titles, nobody's going to come up here and say, you know what, Jim Gray, you know what? If you have a minute there, Jermell Charlo, let me speak to you for a minute. I just want to touch base. First of all, congratulations on a hard fought battle, even though you came up short against a former stablemate of yours, Errol Spence Jr. But there's a lot of buzz in the air off, a comment that was made on YouTube years ago. And I'm not saying it is, it isn't, but it's somewhat similar to a storyline that this guy had mentioned that could basically enhance both of you all careers, and the first phase of it is pretty much played out exactly the way he mentioned. Errol Spence decided to move up to 54 and challenge you for your titles, and you lose them. And it's also a rematch clause that you will be returning back to Dallas Cowboys Stadium at the end of the year. Is it any, do you feel on, do you want to speak on that or not? I mean, do you feel free to want to just add a little bit to it? Is it coincidence, or is it something that, and then Jermell Charlo gonna say, motherfucker, you stupid? You think I come here and throw a fight, nigga? I don't give a fuck what you talking about. I ain't never heard that bullshit. He won fair and square. We've been around each other in the gym. We know each other. He was a better man tonight. When I come back for the rematch, I'm going to be a much better fighter. Anything else? All right, shut the fuck up and stop trying to embarrass me. That's what Jermell Charlo gonna say. I'm serious. So you said what you saying, man. And come on, man, get out of here with that. Why should your friends become enemies just to trick the crowd? Boxing is corrupt, man. Grow more into what boxing has actually done over time. Come on, let's be real. Let's be real. Come on now. There's been plenty of fights that we already knew what the outcome was going to be. We already knew what the outcome was going to be. Period. But you have to admit that it is a storyline that's fascinating. And being that both of these fighters need more meat on the bones, they need more pages to their career. This would be a perfect chapter to add. You know, undisputed at 154 for Errol Spence, two-time undisputed champion at 154 for Jermell Charlo. It's a perfect, fascinating story, dog. And what makes it so fascinating, like I said earlier, both of these fighters know each other. They're training in the same stable right now. So what better divorce than these two individuals right now? If you want to separate yourself from Terrence Crawford and bring all that attention to Errol Spence, this is the perfect story to do that shit. Nobody else around the general area is going to give Errol Spence this attention that he's been looking for, so everybody can just tune in to what's going on with Charlo and Spence, because they're in the same city, they're in the same gym. What better time than to do this shit? You're getting older in the sport. You want millions. You're in a place where Errol Spence is already established himself with, you know, trying to be this PPV guy and build up those numbers. What better dance partner than Jermell Charlo, who basically came back and regained his title against Tony Harrison? You know what I'm saying? Was able to go in there and defeat Jason Rosario. What better quality opponent than Jermell Charlo to face Errol Spence? Friends become enemies. Oh man, it's a perfect storyline. It is just incredible. So when you bite my shit, know that I understand that you felt some type of way about it. You felt how important it is to bite it, because nobody else has even came up with this story. This is not the first time I mentioned it. It's not the second time. I mentioned this shit before, but it's a fascinating storyline for boxing. And for those of you that have contact with them, they need to start really thinking about it. I'll stop talking about it. They need to start really putting the pieces together and thinking about what I said. Errol Spence with one loss, it's not going to affect him getting into the Hall of Fame later. Jermell Charlo with two losses, it's not going to affect him getting into the Hall of Fame later. Not as a two-time undisputed super welterweight champion. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to affect anything. A two-division unified champion, Errol Spence. And in the meanwhile, you still will have Terrence Crawford lingering out there potentially in the welterweight division for unification. It all works out. Mitch said, I knew Mighty Mo was getting stopped. I said on somebody else's platform, he would get stopped around the 6th round. I was rooting, you know, but I said, you know, sticking to the integrity. I thought Virgil Ortiz would be too much for him if they went into the mid rounds, and he'll stop him in the 6th. I was 1 round off. So it came down to his hand, him hurting his hand. But y'all think about that. Think about what moves Teofimo Lopez is making. And those individuals that want to follow behind him and match him money for money and not opponent for opponent. You got to match him opponent for opponent along with the money versus the money. That's where mega fights are made. If you're matching his opposition and you matching his worth, matching your worth with his worth, then it equals out to mega fights in the lightweight division. That's why people will somehow pay to see Gervonta Davis and Teofimo Lopez, because they look at the power aspect. They look at the dangerousness, you know, the dangerous aspect of, you know, one of them being knocked out or hurt. They look at the boxing skill set of both fighters. They look at the selling, you know what I'm saying? The selling points of both fighters, the popularity. That's how you do that. But also, you know, the underlining point that's going to just separate all of it is how user-friendly are you with your fan base? That's where a lot of people are going to gravitate to Teofimo Lopez in that perspective in the lightweight division. And then when it comes to, you know, this fantasy storyline I'm talking about, both Errol Spence and Jermell Charlo can sell the shit out of that damn rivalry. They can sell the shit out of it. The people in Texas that know what's the real, they'll know what it is. They'll know it ain't 100% genuine, but no one can sit up here and say the fight wasn't real. You sell it good enough. Look, you got to understand one thing about this reality life we live in now. People aren't trying to know the truth. They want to see shit play out in a fictional tale. They want motherfucking suspense. They want shit to be suspenseful and plot orientated. They want to see the twists and turns. We have basically relegated our time and interest to YouTube, Hulu, Netflix, you know, all the shit. They want to see fictional shit play out in real life. So when you have people on here asking questions, saying on a fixed fight, you like fixed fight, I'm telling you the reality is not too far-fetched. So don't really whine about it. But yeah, interesting, very interesting. I want to read off a portion that I put. I'm a snippet off Boxing 24. I want to read off what they said about Teofimo Lopez and what they were saying about being a PPV. He said he's going to make a lot of money with my son. I told Bob Arum the first day I met him, I said, this is the kid that's going to bring up this company, and all they've got to do is believe in him. Very sharp, strict words right there. He said, we ain't fighting with Top Rank no more unless it's PPV. We are PPV, pay-per-view. My son has done things that nobody else has done. And we're in a position now to create a monster in the boxing industry. And no one has seen that in a long, long time. That's Lopez's dad talking, man. He said the only person that I think has done that is Mike Tyson. So we're bringing that game into the boxing game. We're bringing that game into the boxing game. The money will come. We fought Lomachenko for pennies. They say they fought Lomachenko for pennies, y'all. But we're not doing that no more. It's the takeover, baby. We're taking over the game of boxing. We're taking over everybody right now. It's just a game, said Teofimo Sr. We'll soon see if Teofimo Sr. is right about his son only fighting on PPV from now on with Top Rank. Again, it's possible Teofimo can fight only on PPV. Still, he's going to have to take risks by fighting Lomachenko again, which he has no interest in doing, and take on Haney, Ryan Garcia, and Tank Davis. The big question, y'all, is, will he get the winner of Taylor Ramirez? They're going to say is, we'll go to Devin Haney and squash that bullshit with the undisputed, said Teofimo Sr. when asked if they can get the winner of Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez fight. We heard Teofimo Sr. tell Eddie Hearn on Matchroom Boxing that they want $10 million to fight Devin Haney. That's not going to happen and probably never will. If that's the asking price for Teofimo to fight Haney, he can forget about that matchup being made. Well, for me, WCS, I think it's highly possible for that shit to happen on the right promotion. It is. It's highly possible for Teofimo to get $10 million to fight Devin Haney. It is. At the right time, it is. It's possible. Teofimo's win over Vasil Lomachenko last October has clearly gone to his head. Yes, I agree. Making him thinking he's ready to make massive money. That's not reality right now. It takes more time to create a superstar, and Teofimo only has that close win over the one-arm Lomachenko. Oh my God, they hating over the one-arm Lomachenko as far as notable wins. Now, let me just comment on this article from Boxing 24. I do read that shit. But within that reading, I do pick out little small shit. I do. Because I myself can write also. I have written boxing articles myself. Not so much as of recent, but I have. But I have to kind of put certain things in perspective with them putting one-arm Lomachenko. You kind of biased. This is what I mentioned to you all earlier. They saying it takes more time to create a superstar. Why? There's so much shit that's changing in society with this boxing shit that who can put that shit on a motherfucking timetable like that? Who's to say you can't do what they're trying to do? An attempt has to be made first. A commitment has to be decided upon to stay in the driver's seat through the bumps. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have bumps in the road. You have to stay buckled in through the bumps and ride this shit out. But an attempt has to be made to start it up. Somebody has to start it. You can't just think back in the past, oh, it takes long to make a superstar. Hey, they're attempting to do something. They're making an attempt at it. Let me show you what I see, what people be, pretty much getting ahead of themselves, writing these articles. And I'm not hating on them. It's just shit I pay attention to when I'm reading. You know what I'm saying? Check this out. Let me see. Where is it? They say we took a stand for that. This is big. This is like Muhammad Ali era. When Muhammad Ali stood for his rights, he didn't want to go fight in the Vietnam War. I mean, this is somewhat different than that, but I understand what analogy they're trying to make, what Senior's trying to make, standing up, doing stuff that you believe in. He said, it's the same shit we're doing now with my son. He's standing for the rights for the fighters. Okay. Hold on for a second. They go on to say they deserve more money, but they're scared of these promoters because they're scared of the promoters to sit them down. But we got a contract, Teofimo Sr. said. So, I mean, making some solid points, man. I'm still trying to find this part. Um, Teofimo Lopez says, son, undisputed lightweight champion Teofimo Jr. 16-0-12 knockouts will not be fighting for top rank any longer unless the fight's on PPV. As far as Lopez Sr. is concerned, Teofimo is a PPV fighter only. He won't fight on regular network television. That's a huge stance right there. Ballsy. Ballsy, ballsy, ballsy. I'm still trying to scan over where I've seen this. Let me see. Winning bid. Damn, where did I see this shit at? You know what? Let me see if I even still have it. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Hey, appreciate you, Sir Ken. Appreciate you pulling up there, bro. Enjoy your day. Hold up. We're not no Mikey Garcia. He didn't have 4 belts like we do. Where's that little snippet that I wanted to bring to the attention to them? Where you at? Where you at? Where are you? You can arm one Triller. We've seen Halloween and let's see. I just think this article is just a bit biased, obviously, because they're saying a one-arm Lomachenko, which I understand you want to put some shit in there to pique the reader's interest and all that, but come on, man. You know, it wasn't one arm when he was coming back. You know what I'm saying? In the 8th through 11th round or the 12th round, 8th through the 12th round and shit, you wasn't talking about no one arm anything. Everybody's talking about, Vasyl Lomachenko's coming back. This is what we've been waiting for. Can he close out the fight strong and stop Teofimo Lopez? Now, after the fight, he loses his title. He had one arm. He had one arm. He was injured. So did Teofimo Lopez truly beat a healthy Vasyl Lomachenko? And get the fuck out of here with that. Damn, where are you at? Damn, I knew I should have highlighted that shit. God damn it. I'm done. But I just want to give y'all a snippet of what they should be paying attention to before being biased. They might have corrected it already. I already put one of their articles out here. Oh, matter of fact, I know where I can find it at. Hold up, shouty. I'm gonna post this shit. Let me go in here because I think I have it over here. And then Nope. I'll have to pass on that. I can't seem to find it. Okay. I'll leave it alone. I don't know if y'all really seen that fight that was on the zone, but Ted Cheeseman knocked out of JJ Metcalf to regain British belt, man. That was a good ass fight. Fight. And then Ricky Hatton's son, Campbell Hatton. I know he fast tracked to the ring, but he needs seriously work. You know, it's not like he lacks heart, but man, he was looking very amateurish in there against Ruiz. Jesus Ruiz. He was looking very amateurish in there, man. I mean, he was landing, he was going to the body trying to wow the crowd. But he needs to use better footwork if he wants the longevity in his career. He's gonna have to learn how to box and stay consistent with his jab to set up those body shots instead of just leading with the body shots all the time. I mean, he did get touched up. That was his first professional fight, but he did win. He has pretty decent power. He was in there with a guy who's never been stopped, and Jesus Ruiz. And at times he did hurt him with a body shot. So that means he has pretty decent power to be so young. He has decent power, but there's no way, no how in the next 2 years will you see Campbell Hatton in the rankings, in the top 10 rankings at that division. I don't see it. He has a lot of work. They need to raise him slowly and don't fast track him too much, else he's going to get stopped. Seriously, he's going to get stopped. He has so many holes in his skill set right now. And his fighters out here his age that don't have that. They don't have the holes that he has in his game. He's going to have to work on it. You know what I'm saying? He 5 years ago, he wasn't even boxing. So he's fast tracked. He has very limited amateur pedigree. And that's what you need to pay attention to. That's why he looked as novice as he did on his pro debut, even though it was on TV. He has a role ahead of him, for sure. So pay attention to Campbell Hatton and see what changes they make. I'm glad his dad was not in his corner because he was already, he said his nerves, he let his nerves get the best of him and everything. So, yeah. Mauricio Suleiman said he feels Povetkin was not physically ready after a long COVID battle. There you go. I mean, everybody knows that Povetkin was not the way he should be. I'm just going through some sprinkles. I mean, some line for line topics that's out here. What do y'all think about Fabio Wardley? He played around with Eric Molina long enough until he got caught. And then he was fighting off the ropes, urgently. He was just letting his hands just go urgently and end up catching Molina, who felt like he was trying to get a way out anyway. Eric Molina kept turning his back a little bit, waiting for Wardley to take advantage of it, whatever. Wardley, he was fighting with his hands down, and I don't know, man. He fights with this arrogance about him and cockiness, but he might be a bit overhyped. I don't know, man, because Eric Molina, of all people, did connect and land on him, and he was hurt for a minute. And Molina tried to go in and close the show, but ended up getting stopped. So Fabio was walking around the center of the square in a circle, trying to get those cobwebs out. He need to stop playing around and stick to the basics and go in there and box, man. Stop showboat so much before you get your ass slapped. And I'm gonna close this out. I wanna talk briefly while I'm on here about this particular situation that happened. It's off the topic of boxing, but I want the fellas to be a little bit more attuned, to be smart enough, right? Of things like this happen all the time when you're in a bad relationship, abusive relationship. I myself once was in an abusive relationship with a female who, being that I was in the military, she was able to get away with a lot of shit because, you know, females can call up to your military station and lie on you. You know what I'm saying? They can be the abuser, but they'll lie on you and say that you're the one who's doing it. And you stay around just because you want to act like that's somebody you love and the shit is going to stop. It's never going to stop. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I could have straight out beat her ass. But I'm like, I get to a point like, what's going on? Why are you so angry? Why this, that, and the other? What because of me? Come to find out, you know, she had some other abusive relationships that I didn't know about back in the day, right? But I want y'all to see this shit right here. I just want the fellas to kind of give their assessment of it. All right. Let me find it right quick. Because it's absolute bullshit. You can tell it too. It's just unfortunate on the circumstances how it ended. Cause I know females like this. I know females like this, man. Instigators. Let me pull this vid up right quick. Some of you may have already seen it. All right. Let me see. Where is she? Okay, here we go. Fellas, whoever's tuned in, I want you to give me your input on this, okay? Do you believe the bullshit? All right. Okay, hold on. Let me share screen. Let me share screen with y'all. I want y'all input on this bullshit. And never put yourself in a position with a female that you know that's a straight up bitch and she ain't gonna be in your best interest. Don't do it. Don't put yourself out there like that. Okay. So let me go back over here and expand this shit out. So take a look at this.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be done with it.
So first of all, I want to kind of prep y'all just a little bit briefly. Look at when you see these women like her that's trying to fake like she's shedding tears, but in reality, if you're really heartbroken about a female that you was rocking with, you know what I'm saying, you really got that love for in a female perspective that you was rocking with this guy, and he meant something to you, she meant something to you. You'll be goddamn, you'll be a fountain of emotions, right? You'll be dripping. Look at her shit.
I'm tired of motherfuckers trying to blame me for the actions today. I'm gonna say this, and I don't give a fuck how nobody feels down here.
Of course you don't.
Because I watched your job like the police.
She faking like a
Police
motherfucker.
still out here. I'm gonna say my side, and I'm gonna leave it alone, and this is gonna be it. Okay, so alright, so me and him ain't got into it. Me and him ain't got into it last night. He was gone out of town, so he came back around three or four this morning. He came back, and okay, so I'm sorry. He came back. When he came back, okay, so he had came back. We arguing or whatever. So, you know, the police got called because we loud, throwing shit. Y'all know how my temper is, y'all. Like, y'all know how my temper is, y'all.
You hear what she's saying, right? Y'all know how my temper is, right? I was in this situation one time. When you hear a female talking about, you know how my temper is, that means you have to continue to basically put up with shit like this at any given moment on the drop. It don't make a fucking difference. Oh, y'all know how my temper is. But let me let the story play out. Go ahead.
I know I don't give a fuck once I'm mad, bro. And
yeah.
Well, if you know me, y'all know that's how I am. Like, y'all know me. So, like, okay, so we into it, y'all. So the police came. He trying to run from the police, y'all. And he got hit by a fucking car. Like, I want him to. I fucking want him to die. Like, y'all, that's what it was. I was. Everybody mad at me. Want to talk shit to me for what? Like, yeah, we got into it. The police got called. We in a fucking apartment complex. Of course, the police gonna get fucking called, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, I've been in the back of a fucking police car, but at 3 a.m. they just let me out the fucking car. They just let me out there, bitch. Like, they just let me out. And then
she's a good actor. Bad one.
I just need to say my side, bro. And I'm gonna be done with this shit. Like, I won't bring it up no more because I was my still dying. Like, I really didn't want to. Like,
them tears just flowing, ain't it?
Motherfuckers don't know how they feel. Like, I hope it doesn't mean you got into it.
Okay, that's all I'm gonna give you on that because I'm really tired of looking at her, you know, fake the funk and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I wanted to say about this chick. You pretty much heard her say, you know when I really turn up, so to speak. That wasn't her words, but when she really get angry, she don't give a fuck. So basically what she was saying, you know, he went out of town. He came back at 3 something in the morning. I'm not sure what time this dude's supposed to be back in the house. But I can tell you this. Whenever I stayed, when I came in the house is when I came in the house. It was an understanding that was okay. You know what I'm saying? I never really ran back to the house like that with a curfew. I don't, even in my 20s, it's just something I never did. But some cats, they like to be on check. They like a chick blowing up their phone because they feel like the chick loved them even more. They like a little craziness. But she basically told you straight up, y'all know how I get. So she said, basically, y'all know how I get. Y'all know how I get. Y'all know how I get. I mean, what she's basically saying, she's blackout. And she's absolutely, she don't care about anything he got to say. They was throwing shit. Been there. You know what I'm saying? It was real. It probably got physical. And she just know that she's a drama queen. But if you've been with a guy and you putting in all this energy in a relationship and someone calls the police on him and he runs and he get hit by a car and killed and you ain't shed no motherfucking continuous tears, you glad that nigga out of here. That's point blank period. You glad he gone. When a female like this is putting her hand up to her face, freaking pretending like she's shedding tears and crying, she wanted that cat out her life. She just didn't know how to do it. She didn't care. She probably wanted him in her life at some points, and then sometimes she didn't. But this dude was fleeing from the law enforcement and was hit by a vehicle. And she watched him die. She was in the police car for like 3 hours. She ain't streaming no tears and none of that shit. but she is absolutely a drama queen at the end of the day. Because a female like her, she can't allow anybody to think that she's a punk, like she's soft. So she gonna tell you. See how she's talking with her lead hand? Listen. If you see a female that love talking with their hand like that, they so naturally trained. That's a learned behavior for them to talk with their hands and shit like that to get their point across. Even when they arguing, what you ain't gonna do, what you not gonna do. You could tell she's used to talking with that right hand. You can tell that shit. This brother goes out here and loses his life over a situation that he's been through several times before. And I'm telling you, brothers out there, don't ever stay in a relationship. Well, you can't do what you want to do. Who am I to tell you in your relationship? All I'm gonna do is just try to attempt to give you some wisdom and say that shit ain't never gonna get better. Take them to somebody who's been there, done that. I don't care how fine that female is. If it's abuse in it and she's a loose cannon, she's never gonna change up her shit. Never, ever. It's never gonna do it. Like, it's only so many times you can have makeup sex. It's only so many times that you all go through a tumultuous time where both of your blood pressure is elevated, stress levels is unbelievable, and y'all arguing, especially in an apartment. You're just going at it, man. The venom is being thrown, name calling, all that shit. It gets physical. And then somebody calls the police. And this might not have been the first time that the police was called on them. And this dude flees the scene and get hit by a car. And she's up here saying, everybody's saying it's my fault. Everybody's saying it's my fault. Yeah. We don't know the whole story. We don't know you telling this entire story. We don't know if you the one called the police on him. You don't know. We don't know if it was anything involving the trip that he just came back on and you might have thought he was fucking around on you. We don't know all those details. All I can assume is that you're a drama queen. That's what you are. You're full of drama. You like to turn up. You like to be one of those chicks who dress up real nice and want to be the center of attention, but yet you're physical. You like putting hands on dudes. She got them long ass nails. She probably likes putting scratches on guys. Because this is what I learned. Chicks with these long fingernails and shit in an abusive relationship, they love to scratch you up because for one, they think you fucking around on them. So if you go over there with scratches on you, they're gonna either one or two things. The chick that you fucking around with, the side chick, she already knows you're in an abusive relationship, so she feel a certain way about you. She might feel a little compassion about you and shit. So she don't care. She'll motherfucking go in there and get a warm rag and put it over your wounds. You know what I'm saying? She knows that you're in a relationship, but you at a point right now that you really can't commit to nobody else because y'all might, sometimes fellas don't have nowhere to go. So they stay over there beneath that refuge. I'm just going to be honest. The shit happen down here in the A all the time. You got niggas that just stay and under a refuge with a female because he may not have a job. He may not have his own place. So the female always have that control over him to say, this is my house. My name is on the lease. You ain't shit until I say you shit. So you might get in some physical altercations in there to the point where she continue to kick these niggas out the crib. And they go to their boy house, stay for a little bit until they make up with their girl, go back over there. Shit's good for maybe 3 to 4 weeks. And then they get kicked out the house again. I'm gonna tell you like this, a bitch ain't never kicked me out of anything. I ain't never, ever walked into a situation where another female's name was on the lease. Ever. It's like I said, there's some dudes that like that shit, but not me. Never. Came here say filthy bitch ain't crying, she laughing. She is, man. That bitch playing, dog. That's the type of chick, when she dress up, she probably look halfway decent. Seriously, she probably look halfway decent, man. She probably look, you know, like, but I've been with a female like her, bro. Man, she dresses up nice. She cleans up real good. A fine bitch walk past, I'm looking at her ass, God damn it. She want to say, oh, don't play. Don't play what? You know you saw that bitch that just walked by. I said, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. It turns into something else, and then they grab the top of your shirt and try to rip your clothes and shit. It turns into something else. I've been there, done that. She reminds me heavy of females that has the look to pull these dudes in. You know what I'm saying? She's staying in an apartment. She's not a bad looking female. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how her body look. But one thing about those looks, fellas, put yourself in a stressful situation and she's going to be the ugly bitch you know. I'm serious. All the bad shit that she does is going to cloud anything that you used to see her when you first met her. You saw this bitch, you thought she looked good. She's motherfucking fine as hell. You know, the sex was on point, all that. The more and more physical altercations, you're going to see how mean that bitch is. How ugly she is. That bitch gonna be saying some of the worst shit, you know, derogatory shit, insults, all that. And then you're gonna go right back over there. And then you're gonna end up in some shit like this. This dude lost his life running from a situation that he could have just walked away from and say, you know what, it's time for me to get my life together. But he was running from this bitch right here. It's fucked up. Now he dead, and people gonna look at, oh, see, we already know she was fucked up. He should have left her ass long time. Correct. He should have left her a long time. But shit, she might can put it down. It's something that was keeping him there. He might not have his own place. He might have been a dependent nigga, a codependent nigga rather. He might need somebody to help take care of his responsibilities. When you allow a female to be in control like that, especially when it comes to paying your bills, you're going to get situations like this. She done got this poor man ran over. Yeah, man, sister mom watch him get killed. And she doesn't have no natural, you know, sweating of the eyes, which is called tears. She has no streaming of natural tears from her emotions. This dude is now dead. When you really have that emotions, you don't have to put your hand up to your face to cry. You know what I'm saying? You just sitting up here and you naturally say, damn, that shit fucked up. God damn. She up there putting her hand up because really she's a cold-hearted bitch. She ain't feeling shit for this nigga. I hate to see shit like this because I've been there back in the day. When I was in them streets, I've been there. Sometimes you need to leave a bad bitch alone because you don't know all the damn baggage that come with her. Like you need to you need to have a thorough conversation, you know, because it's some cats that really don't understand. They're not even smart enough to understand that when you pull up on a bad one and she tell you she's single, like a motherfucking alarm should go off right there. Like, why this bitch single though? So if you don't want to ask a question, you just want a number, then expect what you're gonna get. You should ask the question. So you know, mommy asking like, why are you single? You know, where your man at? How long you been single? What's good? Talk to me. If she said, oh, it's complicated. It's okay. I know it's complicated because you a fine ass motherfucker. I'm trying to find out why you single though. I just want to know something. You single? What? Why? Well, you know, this and that happened. Okay. If it ain't that bad for you and you want to still test it out, stay around long enough and you'll find out. When a female is bad and she got 3 kids and she by herself, she got 3 kids. That means let's just say she has 3 kids from the same father, but that father ain't around her. It is 2 sides to everything. Maybe he was cheating on her and doing this, all this shit, you know, because we can be with a fine female and still go out here in these streets. It's possible. But then again, you can flip that shit over and listen to her language. Like, why are you single with 3 kids? Oh, shit didn't work out. This, that, and the other. You know, he ain't shit. He ain't never gonna be shit. He don't take care of his kids and all that. I said, okay. So now you got to take it upon yourself to see if you want to be involved with a chick with somebody else's responsibility. Because if they don't have a healthy relationship, you're gonna have to deal with that nigga too. Because if he's seeing his kids on and off, and you're in a relationship, you have to deal with her children, and him. And really, he still has those rights, you know, because that's his family. But you have dudes that'll put themselves in a position where they'll take care of somebody's kids like that. But at the end of the day, when you get nice and comfortable with these chicks and you find out they physical, and you choose to say, oh, this is going to get better. We just don't know each other. It's not going to get better, bro. I don't care how fine it. I don't care how fine it is, because a chick that totally understands that she has that attractive, prepossessing magnification when a fellow walk past her, she understands that it's more than 1, it's more than 2, it's more than 3 in recession. She can get that type of attention. Some of these chicks really don't give a fuck if one dude bails out on them, because she know it's always 1 in the slot, 2 in the slot, 3 in the slot. They don't matter. They always know what the mirror tells them. They look in the mirror, they say, damn, okay, I'm good. All you have to do is ask where they hang out. Go to the club with a chick that's fun, like this that I showed you. Ask her where she likes to hang out during her social time. Oh, I like to hang out at this club. Ask her, how often do you go to the club? Oh, I go every week. So you taking a fine bitch that go out every week to the club, and she's single? No, she a hoe. She ain't single for no reason. If she going to the club and she's single, don't believe 1 minute that she's going to the club and she's just this wholesome, this chick with morals and principles, and she's going there and just turning down. No, I ain't here for that. I ain't here for that. I ain't here for that. No, hey, can I get you a drink? Yes. Yes, you can. Get her a drink or 2. Shit changes. Motherfucker with a one-nighter. Then she have like 6 or 7 motherfuckers that know who she is. You walking up there like everything brand new because you're the new one. You know what I'm saying? You just came aboard. She said, let me take you to the club. I do go here, but I'm good usually. And then you got motherfuckers looking at you like, oh shit, so-and-so here with her. Okay. That bitch go to the bathroom once. A dude walk up to you. Hey man, hey, let me holler at you. Hey, how you know a girl, man? Oh, this is my first time here with her. She say she like hanging out at the club. Man, I'm just letting you know she a hoe, man. And she physical too. She abusive. I'm just letting you know, man. Hey, I ain't trying to mess shit up, but bro, be careful. It's like 6 of us already been a part of that already. All right, man, be careful. You up there? Oh shit, it's time to motherfucking pull the chute. I'm out this motherfucker. Oh man, Aaron say I've been in that situation before, for sure, man. Hey, I'm pretty sure a lot of cats been in abusive situation with a bad one. You know what I'm saying? When I say bad, she necessarily doesn't have to look. You know, it doesn't have to be a head toe. Sometimes a bad one could be a neck down. Like we used to call them NDs, November Deltas in the military. The November Deltas, them neck down females, like they fine as hell, but they ain't that attractive. I'm just saying, man, you know, in all honesty, this female, she wasn't shedding no tears, man. She fake as shit, abusive. Them motherfuckers are cold-hearted. It wasn't nothing sensitive about her video. She just put that out there because motherfuckers was probably threatening her life. You know, she's living in an apartment. So, of course, it's going to be an open parking lot. It's going to be motherfuckers that know her around the way. If they find out it was negligence or anything, motherfuckers will reach out and touch you. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way it is, even with a female. This bitch is in an apartment. She is cute. She got a bonnet on her motherfucking head with a wig on, but she isn't like ugly. But she talk with her motherfucking hands, and you can tell she used to doing that shit in an argument. You can tell this female used to them going through the same motherfucking abuse. Where the fuck were you? Why you went home at this time? You fucking another bitch. You doing this. Motherfucker, don't play with me. I'll fuck you up. When a female start to say they'll fuck you up, and you're a grown-ass man, and you consider yourself to be an alpha, you know, some of us consider ourselves to be alphas and shit. You know what I'm saying? You have to check a female like Common did in the barbershop, say, I ain't gonna be another bitch. That's the realest shit. Nigga, I ain't gonna be another bitch. It's some guys that allow a female to call them a bitch. And this shit is in the privacy of their own home. And then, you know, you can guarantee this same female is gonna call you a bitch in front of her friends. But see, if you raise a hand to a female, then you're wrong. It becomes domestic violence. But when a female is putting hands on a man, they want to act like it's self-defense. What did you do to her? Did you cheat on her? Are you treating her right? Do you pamper her? Do you give her 3/4 of your hard-earned check? Did you rub her feet? Do you fuck with her when she's on her monthly? When she's on her cycle, do you caress her and care for her during her moment? We are the bearers in life. We go through much more than you. Listen, been there, done that, heard it all. They Jezebels out there. Damn, he mentioned Jezebels. Shit. Mac. Those types of females will try to force you to hit them. Yeah, man, they'll force you to hit them, right? They're Aaron, right? They'll force you to hit them. Call the popo on you, right? Not the first time. They want the shit to build up. They want to build up a tolerance to have you fuck them up, right? Fuck around and put a mark on them, right? They call the police on you. You get locked up. These crazy motherfuckers will come post your bail. They come post your motherfucking bail. They're Aaron. You know I ain't lying. They'll come post your motherfucking bail, right? And then act like nothing happened. You in there hungry as fuck. Got arrested. Domestic shit. These motherfuckers, a bitch like her, come up here and post your bail and be up there with open arms. Come here, I miss you. Fake ass crime. Trying to goddamn suck you off going home. First thing they want to do is fuck to put you back in the mood again. The shit is good for at least about 2 weeks. And you're in the same position again. Arguing. Abuse. Fighting. The same routine over and over again, man, fellas. You can't let that shit happen like that. For real. I'm just being honest with you because I remember messing with a female. I mean, and when you in the streets, you're gonna run the bitches is crazy anyway. But I'm talking about, you know, you run into a fine one that's physically abusive, and then they have that look to return in your favor, man, and get you back close to them through affection and manipulative sex. And the fellas will keep on doing this shit over and over again. But that shit get old after a while when they start tearing your shit up, motherfucking checking you. If you're an alpha nigga, you're not gonna allow a female to continue to do that. If you're all about yours and you stand up, you're not going to allow a female to check you like you're a dog. You're not going to allow a female to check you like you're a beta nigga. You're not going to allow that shit to happen. You're going to say, listen, you're going to do the same shit Common did. I ain't going to be another bitch. I ain't going to be another, what did he say? I'm not going to be a bitch another time or something like too many other times. Because Eve has been known to put hands on niggas when she was a hip hop artist. Her calling Common a bitch doing a damn movie. That was pretty much combination to her. You know what I'm saying? That's what I knew her to do. People said that all the time about her. There's not too many times I'm gonna be a bitch. That's what he said. Salute, it's better to wife up a foreign chick who are very submissive. I don't know about that. Like, I don't need a submissive bitch. I don't need one to do everything I tell her to do. I'm just saying, like, just have a woman that's understanding and know how to stand up for herself. You know what I'm saying? Have some type of career-driven motivation. Not just a log. I don't need a motherfucking log. A motherfucker I see sitting around all the time doing nothing. I'm just putting it out there because I ran across this video and it kind of like took me back to when I was in motherfucking DC. Like back when I was in DC back in the 90s, shit was wide fucking open. I used to run through DC, head back down south. Man, shit was unfucking believable. All I'm saying is the ATL has changed a lot. You have so many people who have moved down here from different areas. It's just, if you hear a woman tell you that they want a strong black man, I'm just using an example. Like from what I've experienced down here, if you hear a woman say they want a strong black man, but yet your conversation is demonstrating the strengths that you have as a man, right? You're telling them, you're verbalizing certain things that you like and don't like. You will see the woman digress from the conversation, because a woman, believe it or not, this shit just happened. Like real talk, bro. You be in a group of people and you hear a woman up here giving their accolades and shit. Them motherfuckers telling you everything they done in life. They want you to praise and raise them up, salute them and shit. Oh man, you got it going on. But a nigga like me, I'm looking at her like, okay. So I asked her, I said, so you about the one thing you can tell if a woman really got an attitude or she's confident about herself is you mention her age. Are you like what? You 46? Oh, you're not very good at math, huh? I said, no, but you said you were, though. You said you was good at math. So I'm just taking, for instance, that somebody asked you when you graduated high school. So you said this year right here, and a nigga like me listening. And I'm saying, so if you graduate high school this year, that means you have to be 46 years old. But yet you lying and telling the nigga you 42. So therefore, you up here bullshitting around. You're lying. You're not even confident with yourself at this stage in the game. So being that I once again tested this bitch, I said, hey, if you want to, I have no problem. You know, you seem cool or whatever. You can put your number in the phone if you choose to. Like I left it up to her because I really wasn't trying to get a number. I said, you can put your number in here. It's all good. Put your number in the phone. She felt that I was too much in control of that shit. Like she was tagging along. Like, isn't that so 20-ish? I say, so she's directing her shit at me because she know what's up. So she basically saying, oh, isn't that so 20-ish? And I'm like, hey, did it work back in the 20s? It did. It obviously did because you compared it to the 20s, right? So therefore, it was effective. So you putting characters in a phone on your own is too much work for you. I say, I digress. I'm out. So what she do is turn to the one she thought may have been the less aggressive out of the group. She starts flirting with him in reaction to what was going on around the table. The other niggas at the table weren't giving her that type of beta vibe. But this, she turned to the one that was sort of kind of. She said, "Come over here so I can introduce you to my family." So she leaves with this cat and take over there. But really, when he came back, his boy said it best. He said, "Man, she saw you as an easy target." I was like, damn, that was the same shit that I was saying. Like, these women select the ones that they may have a point of control over, that they may not, have to deal with. She wanted to be in control. I wasn't giving her that vibe. When I told her, you can put your number here if you want to, I ain't really sweating this shit. Oh, that's so 20ish to put my number in your phone. I said, but did it work back then? God damn it. Because really, if I want the number, I say, okay, what's your number? And I'll do the work. But I just wanted to see how petty it is. I mean, I've been around for a long time. If in order for me to find out how petty a bitch is, I'll do some shit. Believe me. I was taught by some older. I dated number older women in my shit. I was taught by the best. If it's so petty for you, you can't put a number in a phone. Imagine what else is going to be petty that you don't want to do in a relationship. That's the way I look at it. If you got a problem with putting your number in a phone by yourself, don't get in a relationship and ask me, "Oh, I need to code at your phone to see what the fuck you're doing." No, it's not going to work. You ain't checking shit on my phone. I ain't never been in a relationship where a female checked my phone, ever. I say, you check my phone once, it's over, because I ain't going to check your phone, so you're not going to check my phone, period. Dion said, you can hit the sheets or the streets. Baby, you can go or you can come. Black Dynamite, for real. For real. I mean, that's real life. Like, niggas don't want to hear the game, man. They feel like they understand, they know the game, but it's always game out there. Especially when you have females that's looking for the weakest link. Down here in the A, that's what they do. That's what they do down here. These sisters, they'll say they want a freaking strong black man, right? But it's only when they want you to be strong. They don't want you to be strong in front of their friends. They want you to be a good little boy and wait for it's time for you to speak. They just want to show you off. Like, they may appreciate you being around and everything. They might take you to the mall and get you something and make you, look the part. But when you come around their friends, they introduce you. Especially if it's women, they introduce you. And then you get the head nod down this motherfucker. Motherfucker scared to shake hands of another female. Like, these women really don't want you reaching out and touching their friends. They feel like that's physical contact that you may like. But I'm saying to myself, you introduce me to them. So once they introduce, say, "Hey, my name is nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, blah, blah, blah." And then they take over the conversation. They don't want you carrying on no lengthy conversation. Even in greeting, being polite, not being stuck up. And then the whole time, you out. They busy up carrying the conversation. The tension don't really change until you take out your phone. Believe me, I'm telling you shit I've been through. No, not the point that motherfuckers was being quiet. That motherfuckers attempt to pull. So you take out your phone and you really start checking IG and shit, right? I remember I had a female say some shit like, "Hey, what you doing on your phone?" I said, "I'm checking my social media. I'm trying to check on some sports stuff." "So you checking some sports stuff when you out with me?" I said, "You was talking to your friends." And I said it nice. I said, "You're talking to your friends. All y'all been talking the entire time. You want me to sit over here and do nothing, sip on a glass of water, that has ice in that motherfucker." They say, "But I'm just saying, like, it doesn't look right if you on your phone and you're out with me." So that's why you got to shut that shit down. You don't let that motherfucker blossom into a cactus. because you're gonna continue to bleed as long as that relationship go on. You let that shit grow into a cactus, motherfucker. You ever hugged a cactus? That shit is unfucking comfortable. That's what you're gonna get every time you go out with a female that allows you to settle in into that control, that behavior of control. You know what I'm saying? You find out, look, they'll take you out, right? And their friends don't even have men with them most of the time because they pull the same shit all the time. And then when you go out, I remember going out with this chick, right? And she brought a dude with her. And the dude wasn't even really talking to me. Like, I was like, damn, this nigga quiet as fuck. I said, what's up? My brother, what's good with you? Like, she said, yeah, I'm good. How you? All right. This nigga kept on eating and shit. I said, all right. So the girl finally got up and went to the bar to get the drinks and shit. I said, bro, what's wrong with you? Why you, so quiet and stuff like that? He said, no, man, I'm good, man. It's just, I ain't trying to get her to start acting up and shit. I said, it proves my point then. You got some motherfuckers that'll come out with a female and they quiet as fuck, even in the presence of another man, because the females is talking to the females. And then you have a dude sitting up there just with his head down, looking like a motherfucking puppy straight out the shelter. That shit happens down here in the A, boy. Let me tell you, shawty. You can talk to another dude, right, and ask him, hey, can you pass me the salt? His girl will pass the salt to you. I can't make this shit up, bro. I can't make this shit up, dog. It happens, man. This shit is wild. I can't make this shit up, man. I can't make it up, Dion. You got some motherfuckers down here like that, bro. Like this video I showed earlier. I don't think you've seen it, but this chick was talking that her guy went out of town and came up at 3 a.m. Came back at 3 a.m. Then she want to insert that how I get. You know how I get. When a female say how I get, that means she used to being a part of drama or inflicting that pain on a nigga because of drama, of cheating, being insecure, being in previous relationships that she done either, gotten physical with a dude or caused some drama, had him locked up, whatever the case may be. But this dude ended up fleeing the scene, man, and got hit by a car and died. And she jumped on social media pretending like she was crying over this guy. But she wasn't shedding no motherfucking tears, bro. It's unfortunate. Dude lost his life over a drama queen, man. And I guarantee you this bitch right here, she would definitely have another dude in his place within 7 days. 7 motherfucking days. Club, here she comes. Niggas gonna be acting like, hey, where your man at? Oh, he died. Motherfuckers gonna be consoling her. They want me to buy you a drink? Yeah, I need a drink. Man, this shit don't stop. Anyway, that's all I got to say about that shit. I don't know if y'all seen this video out, man. I'm about to bounce. Is this video out of Bootsy in a store, man? And it was this guy who was talking shit. He didn't get physical. Let me see what he was talking about, because I got to see what he was talking about. But Bootsy Look, this shit with Boosie, you know, I've been in little gas stations and shit where you have, I don't know if he in his hometown, but old boy looked like he's a little intoxicated, slurring his speech. And he told Boosie, like, you one of these little punk ass rappers. And you can see Boosie didn't even frame up. He didn't even really frame up right before he threw the slap. Like, he just squared up with his hands down. You should have known something was coming. But anyway, he stepped away from the counter and he slapped the guy in the mouth for talking that shit. I'm not saying he was wrong for doing that, but the guy said he was one of these punk ass rappers. And that's the last person to say that to with Boosie, because Boosie was in solitary confinement, man. It was at one point in time, he didn't know he was going to be free again. And he ended up getting off. You know, they ended up proving his innocence and shit. But this is the same guy who just recently shot with an AK. So I don't know who the fuck this guy was, but Boosie slapped the taste out of his mouth, man. You can tell Boosie, he even lifted up his leg. He tried to put, he needed to put some umph into that motherfucking slap, dog. But anyway, Boosie slapped the shit out of bro. Yeah, he did, man. He slapped the motherfucking shit. And look at that dude behind him. He didn't even catch old boy. He's like, man, I ain't got shit to do with that. That's all on you, bro. But man, y'all hold it down. It's been a pleasure. You know what it is, man. Turn up and tune in to World Combat Sports, man. I'm out.